This episode deals with themes of suicide. Please consume with discretion.
What up, Trash Fam? It's Girl Praxis Descends. This week I'm wearing the hoodie, which means you know it's serious. Also, I am cold. If I'm cold, why am I not wearing socks? Because I'm losing all my heat from my feet. This is a stupid thing I've done, and in the break, I'm going to put socks on to make myself all nice and warm. I've got a big old mug of coffee, and we are here for the finale of What We Are in the Dark, which is just a whole mood. We are the crew of the USS Iskandar, and today we are being led by Kath, who is both a member of the crew and also this week our torturer, as with previous weeks. If you have missed all of the episodes of What You Are in the Dark up until this point, then you've made a choice. You can either go to YouTube now and catch up and come join us in like 6 hours when you watched it all, or you can have the ride of your life as you will run down for Kath to give you. But until then, all you need to know is that this is a proprietary Star Trek stream. Proprietary is not the word I meant to use, but it's the word I've used now. We are the crew of the USS Iskandar, which is original Star Trek story set post-Dominion War, where we are currently playing the crew of the Iskandar on an away mission. As it stands at the moment, our sister toilets. I haven't sworn, but yet I can't speak words.
Yet toilets.
And yet,
that is where this intro is going.
Toilet. It's polite. I'm polite swearing today. Oh, toilets. I seem to have made an error with my talking. Any which way. If you wish to help or hinder the crew, you can, but I probably assure you we will be doing enough of that as it is. As this is the finale of the session, we will not be able to carry over helps and hinders. So if for some reason the GM can't fit them in, then sorry, I guess that's just the way it is. No refunds, no cash back.
No trash back.
No trash back. Thanks, Roomba. I needed that. Apart from that, I don't think I have anything else to say. This has been a lot, and it's very exciting. And Black Lives Matter. Kath.
Nice. Hello. Right. So, which way around? I'll explain how we're going to run things. Obviously, this is within the fate system. Because, as will become very apparent, we are in something of a PvP scenario. I have made, rather than helps being something which goes solely towards player characters and hinders being something which go to support NPC / the world in man versus nature-esque conflicts. We're stuck in a man versus man conflict and, well, Vulcan versus Sad Boy conflict. So, the way this is going to go, if you wish to lend your support with to Adam Strange, that is where your hinders will go for tonight. Until I say otherwise, or I will assume it will become obvious, when he's dead. If, however, you wish to assist every other character, and until I say otherwise, that will also potentially, though bottom of the priority list, include Gull Elrad. I'm probably not gonna, spend the helps on Casey when he's upstairs doing nothing, but not on Elrad. But to PCs get priority. Yes, you may submit your helps. I still have a hinder and a help from last week to pass over, and the way that I'm using them, rather than the full-on sort of narrative impact, because we're kind of hitting a very narrow point as things are going.
A very narrow corridor.
Kill zone. I am using them more like free boosts within the fate system, so they may be used to augment people's dice rolls or even allow them to do re-rolls without needing to spend fate points or tag aspects, personal or situational. So that's going to be how it will affect things. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that Poor boy Adam Strange. It's just him. And a gun.
Just me.
So
just wee sad boy in the murder basement.
Previously, to bring us up to this point on Star Trek Iskandar, What You Are in the Dark, the crew of the USS Iskandar were dispatched on a joint mission to examine some Bajoran ruins within Cardassian space alongside a Cardassian ship. An away team was sent consisting of Commander Talandra, Lieutenant Strange, Dr. Burov, Ensign Casey, and from the Cardassian ship, Gul Elrad. They investigated the Bajoran ruins and then stumbled upon the entranceway to some mysterious underground facility, which promptly locked them in there, made them unable to use communicators or tricorders, or indeed get any word to the outside or use their equipment. And also dampening field affected their phasers. They have explored this, what has turned out to be a 400-year-old Cardassian prison/research facility developed in the early years of Cardassian interstellar flight, where 104 inmates were shipped in, left to be entirely self-sufficient while locked in with no guards, no staff, just them, being expected to survive on their own. And according to the records found, those inmates came to believe that they were being pumped full of psychotropic drugs which affected their behavior. And over the course of 14 years, they periodically turned on one another, committed suicide, behaved so poorly as to cause massive accidents, and over the decade and a half, all 104 of them died. So the away team had been endeavoring to reach the computer core, where they had hoped to restore full power to the facility and then utilize that to try to shut the lockdown or to end the dampening field so that they could theoretically be beamed out by their ship. However, over the course of this, all of them started to behave somewhat strangely. Various manifestations of paranoia and rage and fear and frustration began to bubble out. This seemed like it was going to come to a head when Commander Talandra needed to subdue Ensign Casey, stop him from interfering with efforts to restore power to the computer core. That was fine. Ensign Casey was trussed up, left in the computer core with Adam Strange and Dr. Burov, whilst Commander Talandra and Gul Elrad proceeded to return through the rest of the facility to perform some necessary tasks to restore power. However, down there, Adam Strange's behavior took a turn. In what was initially simple arguments, raging rows between him and Ensign Casey, which was enough to drive Dr. Burov to scamper deeper into the facility, trying to find the source of this strange behavior, and is currently examining the ventilation systems, which then got worse when Ensign Casey broke free, attempted to assault Lieutenant Strange, who it turned out had found, with the facility almost giving it to him just as he needed it the most, a gun. Ensign Casey was shot before he could make it to the turbo lift and just a regular lift and escape. Dr. Burov heard the gunshots and has remained hidden in the network of heavy machinery and equipment on the lowest level of the facility, trying to work their way through to sabotaging or in some way switching off the ventilation system, which is piping the psychotropic drugs into the air. Ensign Casey was found and given medical aid by Commander Talandra and Gul Elrad, who have left him in a relatively safe location in the agricultural section before they are proceeding, knowing that Lieutenant Strange appears to have lost control and also has a significant tactical advantage, as Lieutenant Strange sits down in the computer core, probably very close to finishing his work. But he still has to hand a slug-throwing pistol, a rifle, both old Cardassian guns, firing bullets. He has a headset which allows him to have a limited amount of control over the facility from opening and shutting doors, affecting lifts, and killing the lights, while also granting him night vision. And the only way to him is to get down a lift and then to pass through a long 15 to 20 feet long narrow corridor, across the entranceway to which Strange has already set up a work table to use as cover, so if needs be, he can shoot at anyone who comes through. Commander Talander and Galrad do not know this. They do know about the corridor. They do know that they are at a significant tactical disadvantage. However, they are two more hardened fighters against a scrawny engineer with limited combat training. Is he a buff engineer with combat training? And this is the situation as it stands. So I am going to start with Dr. Burov.
Oh,
I'm going to actually finish drinking my coffee for a bit as well.
I'm going to start drinking my coffee. Oh, I've coordinated today. I'm down.
Oh yeah.
You have wriggled your way through the subsection. It is very apparent that whoever designed this was not adhering to any kind of reasonable safety regulations for making the ventilation system basically inaccessible. You are, however, smaller and slighter than probably a large number of people who almost certainly could just not have physically fit through these gaps. And the good news is it would be difficult for Adam Strange to hunt you down with a gun through all of these gaps.
Yeah, but Burf doesn't realise that yet.
No, but all Burov knows is that there has been gunshots and shouting. And
I mean, based on the circumstance, they assume that there has been a fight because Tension's afraid. They don't want to delve too deeply.
fighting out could be, as you say, lethal. They have managed to work their way through to where they believe, what they believe is indeed, have identified the container for any of the various chemicals which are being converted into different levels for different drugs, likely producing different effects. And is definitely being piped through to the ventilation system, which is then being piped through to the rest of the facility. So with thuddingly loud machinery all around you and not amazing visibility, and the only tools to hand are anything that's in your medical case, what does Arkady Burov want to do?
Arkady Burov, aged 26 and a half, would like to find whatever valve is basic, because the whole system should have air, regular air that comes from the surface or wherever and is filtered. And then given the nature of the chemicals and given the nature of what they assume is experimentation or at least control, will need to be managed or tweaked or overseen. Therefore, they are working on the assumption that the chemicals have to be added to the air rather than the air is always full of chemicals.
That seems reasonable, especially based on the examination you've made of the other container adjacent to the filtration systems.
Yeah. Therefore, they would like to find whatever is the big valve that is the gas to no gas ratio. So that if you needed to, say, stop the experiments to start a fresh experiment for a bit, or, you know, even if you don't care about the well-being of your patients, there always needs to be a way of stopping it all.
Yes. And what is Burov intending to do if they find it?
To stop all chemicals.
Okay. Can you make me an engineering check? I am going to set... No, I'm going to set the difficulty at 1, but it will be a factor for time if, as Burov is having to make do with makeshift equipment for the most part, and a lack of familiarity. Although, ventilation systems are only going to be built across so many different ways, but this is still, actually, I suppose all Cardassian tech is something which Borov isn't that bad with.
No, Cardassian tech is something that Borov is actually a lot better at. Since for the people who don't know, Dr. Arkady Borov was born outside of Federation space on the border with Cardassian space. So there's been a lot of crossover. I rolled high on both dice, which wheedles it out to a +3.
To a +3, you succeed. Okay, it's a decent success. It's not a staggering success, but Arkady Borov is able to identify with relative ease a valve, which clearly is about at least controls certain levels, because that is of how much gets put through into the ventilation system. They believe it's logical that they should be able to, turn it on fully, and is probably going to be spending an awful lot of the rest of this time trying to cobble together something which is going to make old and rusty equipment just do the physical work that they want it to do.
I imagine what they're going to be doing is looking at their medical kit for any hypo spray that has any amount of chemical that could lubricate a rusty
that makes sense.
And then overriding the hypo spray, which I imagine is designed to only react when it makes contact with a person. So
it's all doable. It's just a question of time.
Yeah.
Next, possibly for just a little flyby visit, just in case, Ensign Samuel Casey. It's just, I
100% we're not ready. I was so big on this popcorn.
I saw your eyebrows do a big thing at Ensign, and I was like, I'm not sure he's actually hearing the words.
No.
I was so committed. Yes, hello.
I am assuming, okay, Casey is in pain.
Mm-hmm.
The bleeding has been staunched, but Casey has still been shot.
Yes.
Casey is in the shed. The agricultural storage depot is really what it should be, but we've been calling it a shed or a shack interchangeably on the overgrown agri section. What is he doing? Anything, or is he just going to wait?
I imagine the briefest establishing shot, just for so you know what he's doing and where he's at. It's he's in this corner of the shed. You hear him before you see him, and it's shaken breath. He's just huddled up, kind of gently rocking, and under his breath, weakly, he is singing the Skyboat song, but there is not much energy to it.
How dare you? How very dare you,
and
Michael?
He is just gently sobbing, trying to sing.
I'm sure at some point we will get this as a sad music cover, which is now confirming that if we ever did Iskandar the TV show, this would just finalize how we have to abduct Bear McCreary for the music and scoring for this.
Oh, good. Good. I got them where it hurts.
Okay. There we go. Just sing a sad song and bleed. Commander Talandra.
There is no Talandra, there's only sobbing.
Okay, well, you're going to have to suck it up, Buttercup.
That's Talandra's inner emotions that she's pushing way down. My emotions!
Miss Talandra is with Gal Elrad. They have the lift ahead.
I believe their plan was to send down the lift and to follow it down in the lift shaft. I can't remember. I know that there was a plan that was made, but I can't remember what it was now.
I believe the intention was for them to get in the lift, pop the hatch at the top, send the lift down, climb out of the hatch at the top, and access the emergency ladder access, which does exist within the lift shaft. And however, I don't believe that they had finalized exactly what they would do from that point.
We will send the lift down.
Mm-hmm.
Follow down rapidly. assume that he will either open fire on the lift or be distracted by the lift.
Mm-hmm.
There is a narrow corridor.
Yes.
To your knowledge, do old Cardassian facilities have other means of ingress? Emergency access hatches, Jeffrey's tubes?
I believe that this would count as the emergency access, would be being able to climb through the lift shaft.
You do not know where
indication of anything else.
We do not know where the exit from the lift shaft ladders will be. It will not be the lift door.
It would be the lift door, because either you would be able to, if the lift is not in the way, you can either force those open. And could we do that? Could we simply bypass the lift, climb down, open the lift doors quietly? The closest to a plan I have without an alternate line of entrance. I do not like any plan. Gaining access to the top of the lift. Once it is down, the lift doors will open. Strange will notice. We will not be in the lift. Then it is a question of patience. At some point, Strange may come to investigate. This is a gamble which relies upon a lack of discipline on his part. Of course, none of that overcomes the simple issue of I see no way of making an approach from which he is not pointing a gun and waiting for us.
There will be 2 approaches. You said you believed his weapon had half a dozen shots at most.
Before he needs to reload, yes.
Then we must assume that he has reloaded.
Yes.
Which means potentially a maximum of 7 shots. When the lift arrives, he will either fire at the lift or grow impatient and investigate.
Mm-hmm.
If he fires at the lift, we must await a pause in his firing.
And then charge.
Yes. If we wait for him to investigate, we must be willing to jump once he is as close to the lift as possible. Either way, one or both of us may be shot.
There is also the third way, which is that he may, I suppose the moment there is any pause in his firing, the moment he lets out any shots, we still have to take advantage, as at the very least that's fewer bullets to hit us. We might not have the liberty of this kind of choice, but if we do, I would suggest that I go first if we need to make a frontal assault. Frankly,
I believe you have more experience in landed ground assault.
Yes.
Most of my experience is ship-to-ship combat. Therefore, I will take your expertise on the matter.
I was also going to say, I'm physically larger. He's unlikely, if you go first and he shoots at you, there is a higher chance of both of us getting hit. Not so vice versa.
Reasonable. There is also an additional wild card, which is we do not know the location of Dr. Burov.
No.
It may well be that Lieutenant Strange has them hostage, or that they are already down.
I assume we should not count on Dr. Burov to strike if we are provided distraction again for Lieutenant Strange.
My concern is more if Dr. Burov is being treated as collateral.
I had not intended that, but I was more...
I mean more if Lieutenant Strange is threatening Dr. Burov in return for forcing us to act in ways accordance to his needs. He is, as of right now, completely unpredictable to me.
Yes.
And whoever we are fighting, it is not Lieutenant Adam Strange.
Very well. Then in which case, we should get this done.
I believe we should operate on the principle that we must take risks to stop him. But I will not sacrifice to stop him.
You may have to elaborate for me.
Should there be a risk that Dr. Borov be caught in the line of fire,
I understand.
I will take it. Should there be a gun to the doctor's head, I shall not.
I agree, yes.
But we must act quickly. I do not know how long Ensign Casey has.
Very well. Let's get this done.
Quite. I shall be unarmed. Are you?
I'm unarmed. I don't think I have anything. I would rather a small blade. That will do.
Yes. No, I do not think I have any thoughts.
No. It's not a good plan, but it is the best we have.
That makes it the closest thing we have to a good plan. So rounding errors are in our favor.
Very well. Approaches the lift. You can get in the lift, pop the hatch, send the lift down, climb up to the top. The lift will start to head down. Get onto the ladders.
And they send the lift down.
Okay, you can get into the lift. They can press a button. I suppose I forgot that you might stop the lift.
I'm pretty sure one of the things I did last session was
Just
turn
killed
the
it.
lift.
You
just,
did.
Just
You-
killed the lift.
That's my mistake. I forgot. Yes, you just killed the lift. They go in, they hit the button.
Mm.
The lift does not move.
He has overridden the lift.
Then we're just going to have to do this the blunt way.
In which case I shall, once we are on the ladders,
Mm-hmm.
I shall take the metal stick that I have been using in case we need an audio distraction.
Mm-hmm. One thing which we can do, the lift shaft should be wide enough so that even once we open the doors, we might not be able to do that discreetly, but we will have a certain amount of cover. There's no way that he'll be able to completely expose us by opening the lift doors. If we can try to encourage him to waste his shots while we are in cover, that may play to our advantage.
Depending on how much control he has over the facility, though, we should be very aware of the possibility that he may attempt to drop the lift on us.
There should be a certain amount of space where obviously we have access to not, but I don't know whether or not he'll have the capacity to lower the lift on us, almost certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Dropping the lift, I do not know.
We just should not be taken by surprise should we hear the lift power.
Should we have a lift for us? Let's not be taken by surprise by a lift. Very well.
I would like to also state how uncomfortable I am that we are having this scheme whilst Lieutenant Strange's Fizzrap can hear us. I see the cogs turning and I do not trust her.
I hadn't thought of dropping the lift on you.
I could see your bloody... Look, can I just say, I'm trying to outthink you, Roomba, and I don't have enough coffee to do this.
Okay, the lift does not go down. They can, however, pop the hatch, climb out, and access the one ladder, which provides physical access down. Which does raise one thing: if the lift comes down, they would both need to be on the ladder, because there is only a safe space within the lift shaft for one person.
I don't follow.
There's space, there's lift shaft, there's which is almost entirely taken up by the lift as it goes up and down. There is a slight extension, which is where the ladder is and fits. The lift will pass, the person on the ladder can. If they are both on the bottom, they will both need to be on the lift, which would be a bit just a bit more logistically difficult to get out of the way.
So my thinking is of the space, it's more he will open fire on us or drop the lift if the doors are open and he realizes we're there.
Yeah.
Therefore, my thinking is someone could go through the door.
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm just, however, highlighting getting out the way within the lift shaft is a little bit more complicated.
Well, Talandra will make it very clear. Well, if you are the best person to charge and take fire, I am almost certainly the best person to flatten themselves against the lift shaft.
That makes sense. They climb. No, I'm going to carry on here for a bit because there's still one more big question to ask. They climb down. It is dark. There is actually a little emergency lighting because it would still be expected to be something which they could see. It's not great. It's almost more like a reflector strip kind of running along the ladder shaft, and they can get down to the tall column at the bottom with the lift doors to the computer core section are shut. They are like modern day lift doors. We should be able to prise these open. They're not designed to lock.
No, and there should be some emergency release for if there was works being done on them.
Yes. Can find an emergency release.
Very well.
I'm going to try to keep an eye, and if I do not see him in the entranceway, I am going to immediately go. Because there may be a matter of seconds when he hears it, if he is distracted, where he is not sat waiting for us.
I shall be right behind you.
Good. And they pull the emergency hatch, which will still, that is enough of an inbuilt feature that will still work and the doors will slide open.
Particularly since it's long before everything being super hyper automated.
Quite. Several minutes ago, Adam Strange. So, last we saw Strange, he had the rifle to hand, pistol nearby, the work trolley in the doorway, the mouth of the corridor, and he was still getting to work. Where's the headset?
The headset, he will be wearing it.
It would probably, yeah.
Yeah, it would be like,
goggles
kind of on his forehead sort of thing.
Okay. Has he been, the last he checked from the cameras, he knew that Casey was in the shed. He knew that Talandra and Elrad were on an approach. Yeah, we're at the top of the lift shaft. So has he been monitoring them?
He'll have been kind of keeping a bit of, like half an eye on the monitors. It won't have been, he won't have been sat watching the cameras constantly because he's got
work to do.
He's got work to do, exactly. But it will be a kind of, tinker away, check the cameras, and kind of back and forth like that.
Now, what he will... This is getting into an element of random chance because there is no, as established, there was no cameras within the lift shaft. I am actually going to make this a random roll because that's just the fairest thing, and
you're rolling
to roll. It is going to be evens. No,
I was going to say, do you need me to call evens or odds?
Evens to favor Team less crazy. Odds to favor Adam Strange.
Okay.
Evens to favor team less crazy. That is a 2. All that means is that in between checking his checks on the system, Elrad and Talandra disappear from the cameras.
So
he has not spotted them
going in.
Or rather, they aren't where they were, and he can check some of the cameras further back. The agri section is a bit of a blind spot. There are cameras, but obviously it's such a big facility that if they were in the long grass, he would also have lost track of them. So logic dictates that they have either turned back and are in the long grass,
or they're in the shaft,
or they're in the lift shaft.
Can I kill the lights on both?
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna. So the agri section's going dark, as is the way into the computer core, because fuck it, let's cover both.
Okay. Everything goes dark around you. Everything goes dark where Casey is. Okay. Everything is dark.
Night vision goggles on.
Where are you going to go? To the entranceway?
Yes.
Okay. Then with that as a...
With both of the guns.
Okay.
Just in case that was going to come up.
Yeah.
You can ask what's okay to get the weapons with me. Yeah, I am.
And as you open, or as you settle down, the doors open up into the computer core, which for Talandra and Elrad are dark. Now, there is one source of light within the computer core, which is the computer banks. The displays on the consoles, those are still on. It is not great lighting, but it is not absolute pitch darkness.
I suppose at least we've gone from a place of low light to a place of very low light. It's actually not, it could be worse.
It is not, that is the one disadvantage of this location. And most other places, Strange could provide absolute pitch darkness, but not
like
here.
in the agri section where
Casey
like
in the agri section where Casey is.
Don't put him in the dark.
He's in the dark now.
He's in the dark now.
He's going to find out what he is in the dark.
And Burov's in the dark.
Oh, shit. Oops.
Burov's going to be working by the light of some fucking screen.
Yeah. So, the doors to the lift slide open. It is very dark for Talandra and Elrad, but, Elrad for the moment is not in the immediate split second as they open looking. Strange has a line of sight down the corridor and into the empty elevator shaft, where there is definitely space for people to be on either side of the door. And he can't at this exact moment see anyone.
Okay.
Which gun does he have to hand?
Rifle first.
Okay. Yeah.
Obviously.
And Elrad is going to do the just brief head bob check. Not that anyone can see. He obviously has the training to be able to do the split second.
Yep.
I'm going to start with he's going to need to make 2 rolls. He's going to need to make an athletics check, and he's going to need to make a
stealth check.
Oh, it was going to be about speed.
Okay, yeah, no.
Actually, let me ask. What I assume that correct me if I'm wrong. Is Strange just going to shoot anything he sees that moves?
Pretty much.
Okay, that's good. In which case, I'm going to go for.
This may change after the initial shots, but the initial shots will be if he sees somebody move, he's going to take a shot.
It's going to be a very small thing, so there's no real capacity for me to give out a bonus, but I'm effectively going to give him a small bonus because narrow thing, still have to adjust aim in and out. I'm going to make me a phases check. Elrad is going to make
I don't know why I'm even looking at the stats. I know what my phases score is.
Going to make an athletics check.
That is a flat 0.
Okay, then Elrad rolls a 5. And now let's get his notice check. I mean, not that it's going to be the shot kind of answers the question.
Yeah.
He matches failures, but that's a +2, so he technically succeeds. As he rolls a 6 and a 6, but so the doors open. There is a heartbeat of silence. Elrad sticks his head just a split second. A shot rings out. Elrad, you don't it's strange, doesn't think he hits. Elrad's there. He says in a very low voice, he's got some sort of cover, a table of some sort. And I think that's a higher caliber shot than one hit Ensign Casey. And it's very dark in there. I can barely see. There's just a silhouette. If I was supposed to hear that and you're not just mouthing, Izzy, you're muted. And also mouthing wouldn't work. It's too dark for that. You can barely see, they can barely see each other in there.
Then she's going to be sure to do the absolute gesture. She's not super tactical, but she's got the gesture of just.
Mm-hmm.
And Talandra is going to effectively flatten herself against the lift door.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to listen and she's going to wait. And she's going to fucking ram her eyes closed.
I just realized I need to check something which Elrad would probably know. For a, let's see, bolt action rifle magazine size, just as a 5.
I feel like I should know that.
I'm going with 5 rounds. I'm going just for the purpose, 5 rounds. You have 5 rounds in this. It has a slower rate of fire and a slower clip, fewer shots, but it does more damage if you hit.
Yeah.
So you're down to
4 shots.
Down to 4 shots without
with the rifle.
With the rifle.
6 with the
you fully loaded the sidearm.
I'm just reloaded on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Talandra is waiting. And she's focusing as hard as she can on adapting her fucking night vision.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
And she is, I guess, listening for any movement from Strange, because she doesn't think he's a hyper-disciplined soldier. Therefore, he will move eventually.
And you wait. There is no movement at the lift doors. That's fine. You sit and you wait.
Strange doesn't move.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just trying to think at what point is he going to speak up?
Mm-hmm. I find it likely under the circumstances that he will speak up before Elrad and Talandra decide to charge.
Yeah.
But it's a long wait.
Yeah, Talandra is playing the waiting game here, which is not exciting, but...
No, Elrad is operating off the same, exploiting the lack of military training of their target.
And patience.
He's got the hyper-military training. She is a Vulcan and could wait there all day. But she's not only listening for him to, leave or do anything big. She is listening out for any, him shifting his stance, him shifting the gun, him...
There's probably quite a lot of that. He's probably quite fidgety.
Because certainly this is a frustrating set of circumstances.
Exactly. So there will be quite a lot of sounds of him shifting his position slightly, shifting the gun slightly, maybe some, you wouldn't hear exactly what he's saying, but quiet cursing under his breath sort of thing. So you can probably hear how impatient he is.
Okay.
Down there. What's he saying? This would be a lot easier if you just crawled back up that lift shaft.
And she's gonna hold out her hand to Elrad to say, like, don't. And she is going to remain still and silent.
Are the lift doors actually like open properly now?
Yes. They have hit that has hit an emergency override.
Okay, so I can't close.
You
them.
can't. No, that's
Oh!
they hit the maintenance override.
I guess that idea.
As unfortunately, it seems that you mortals have access to the default systems.
Yeah. So I can't just shut the doors on them.
Fuck off!
Fuck you! Get out! Okay. Okay. If Strange, after another while, can he hear any movement at all?
No, neither of them are moving.
Okay, so there's no movement and no sight either. I think, given where he's at the moment, he's going to assume that they're not there anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's a thing.
It's a thing.
Yeah, he barely saw anything and no one's talked. And
in his head, like, he did see them.
Mm-hmm.
Or Elrad, like, he definitely saw Elrad in the lift shaft for a bit and has seen that the doors have opened, but yeah, who knows what the fuck's going on in this creepy place.
Yeah.
So,
not to out of the frying pan into the fire myself, but I don't know how quiet Arcady is being, considering they are going to have to be like
there's a lot of loud equipment deeper into that side end of the facility.
It's deeper into the end of the facility, but since they're going to have to be trying to move quite heavy things, and since this is a time of great stillness and quiet, I don't know how much it carries.
I have previously described that the area that Arcady is in has a lot of quite loud, heavy machinery.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah,
reasonable.
So, but I appreciate your candor.
I just feel like I have to be honest about all my characters, and I have two babies down here, both in the line of fire.
Okay.
Yeah, so Strange he's not going to bring the lights back on.
Yeah.
He's not dropping his guard that much yet.
Mm-hmm.
But he is going to. So at the minute he's crouched behind cover and shifting about a bit. So he will kind of cautiously kind of back off from his cover and stand up and walk, kind of still looking down the corridor, but backing off from his cover.
Okay, he backs off. Is he trying to be quiet?
Probably not. He's okay. I think he's too wound up to try and be quiet.
I'll judge they're probably aware that he's moving. He is at least positioning. So,
but they also probably can't.
Exactly
from what they can
he's doing.
They probably can't tell exactly what he's doing, but they can probably tell from the movement that he's not trying to be quiet.
Yes.
Or if he is trying to be quiet, then he's utterly screwing that up.
He has.
There is no attempt at stealth here to try and trick them or anything.
He has indiscreetly repositioned.
Yes.
Especially since he's moving backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
He's focusing on vision rather than movement.
Yep. Yeah. He steps back.
And just for my own memory, so I don't get this wrong, the corridor is like 2-person wide?
No. 1 person wide.
Right.
That's why Elrond was talking about going first. It is not wide enough for them both.
See, so Andrew had a plan, but I'm trying to think of how best to communicate it.
Mm-hmm. You can barely see, you wouldn't be able to, you could see each other lift an arm, but you wouldn't be able to gesture with fingers, for instance, in terms of levels of darkness.
I guess she is going to, in this instance, because she is more confident of her plan, indicate that she is going first.
Okay.
And she's going to like get him ready, and then she's going to go around the corner.
Okay.
Okay.
As you back off, Strange stood with the rifle kind of ready. Yeah, lowered, easy to bring up.
Yeah, he's not kind of dropped it loosely to his side, but he's not holding it like fully aiming down the corridor sort of thing.
Talandra, you round the corner and break into a sprint. All you can see is there is definitely a shape at the mouth of the long corridor, which is a low shape, which is the trolley, and you can see the silhouette of Adam Strange. Well, what you presume is Adam Strange. As you run. Strange. Talandra has swung round and is fucking coming right at you.
If she's fucking running at me,
I assume she is pelting as fast as her legs can carry her.
In that case, I'm firing.
Okay.
As quickly as I can.
Fire as quickly as you can. You would probably be able to get all 4 shots off before she could get to you.
Okay.
And don't forget all of the aspects and situations which I gave you in the briefing document.
Oh, bollocks, I need to get the briefing document up.
Essentially, you have... You have created the advantage of darkness, which you had the time to do. You have... I didn't make you roll, but whatever. You had plenty of time for it. And in fact, no, make me an engineering roll. I forgot to make you do that earlier, which is for you taking the time to create the advantage, because that depends on how many free invocations of darkness you get to use.
That is a 3.
Oh,
the dice were not kind.
You only get 1 free invocation of darkness. You do have at your disposal the situation. So you have 1 free invocation of darkness.
One free invocation of darkness.
You also have, obviously available to you, is the aspect in the computer core of narrow entrance passageway, which you can invoke against. You have.
But I need to use fate points to invoke that one.
Or yes, you need fate points to invoke it, and you also have 2 hinders, Talandra. You have 1 help. So you do not need to tag aspects for the hinders.
Those are just
the darkness invocation.
The hinders are either a +2 or a reroll, correct?
Yep, they are just a flat. No tagging, just get it.
No tagging, just get it.
So yeah, you've got the 1 free invocation. Anything else? You've 1 free invocation of darkness, 2 hinders,
and anything else requires my 3 fate points that I've got.
Okay,
cool.
Well, I know what I'm going to do, so I guess this is going to be a very delicate dance of shots and reactions.
So that is going to be an athletics check from Talandra and a phasers check from Strange.
Okay, that dice took ages to land.
I just saw your eyes do something.
Just fucking roll, for God's sake. Okay, so that's a flat 2 on the phases. Without me adding anything.
Okay, then Talandra gets a 5 if you.
Yeah, I'm trying to give my response before, at the same time.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's fine. Fate allows you to kind of negotiate a certain amount of these things. You don't really need to decide before you know. So you will miss if you do not do anything on the first bullet. If you do not do anything.
And so you got a 5, so I'll need to use 2 things to get it up.
Yes, just to hit. However, the rifle does.
The rifle does +1, but I need to hit for that.
The rifle does +2.
Oh,
the pistol does +1.
Right. Okay, but I still need to hit for the +2 to kick in.
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, I will use the free invocation of darkness on one of the hinders to get the first shot off.
So redeeming interiority's minor hinder and the free invocation of darkness, that brings you up to a 1 shift success.
Correct.
which becomes a 3-shift success with the heavy rifle. The first shot will require, what can you do, Talandra? You have a will require Talandra to spend a 3rd level, her top stress box, or to take a consequence.
If I take stress or consequence, do I still get some sort of reaction, or will I be taking more shots before I can act?
It depends on what you're going to try to do, because as I'm saying that he's still getting can get the 4 shots off before you close to him.
Okay, it will not be a thing I would do while I close. It will be a thing I do while he's still backing up down the corridor.
I would allow you to. You can tell me what you want to do after, yes, it's probably not going to interfere with that. However,
especially considering if she does get shot, I'm content to say she's Vulcan. She can swallow that shock reaction to react and then drop if she needs to.
Yes. Also, bear in mind if you take a consequence, then not only do you take the consequence, but Strange gains a free invocation of that consequence against you as the person who hurt you.
Then I'm going to take my maximum stress box.
Yep. Okay.
That seems entirely reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had much stress this game actually, so level 6 stress, was it?
Level 3 stress.
Level 3.
You only have you have a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3, and you can only spend 1 stress box at a time.
According to my character sheet, I have a 4th level of stress. Is that because I'm Vulcan?
No, you could have up to.
Oh, is the 4th level unconsciousness?
The fourth level theoretically exists, but you don't have a high enough physique to have the 4th level.
How dare you? My physique is renowned.
You don't have enough to get the +3, so
I believe she does. Her physique is +3.
Oh, so she has the 4th level. Okay, cool.
Yep. Vulcan!
Physique. Okay, so yes, she does have a level 4 stress box.
Nevertheless, I'm taking a big shot.
Yeah, cool. Okay, the shot rings out. It wings her side. It just Talandra feels the pain, but can keep sprinting. Everything's happening in split seconds. What's Talandra doing?
Talandra, can she get to the table in that run?
No.
Okay.
That's going to take. It will be 3 shots, and then the 4th once she's past the table.
Fine.
It is.
Strange is still backing up down the corridor.
Is Strange?
Strange wasn't in the corridor at all. He started off outside of the corridor with the table at the end of it.
At the mouth of the corridor was the table.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So there is a
so he's backed off kind of further into the room.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess not that much because he's still like shooting at them and
yeah. He's still within the line of the room. But yeah.
Then Talandra is going to because she is an athlete.
Yeah.
Is going to be running towards the table, preparing to vault it, and she is going to, for want of a better word, absolutely yeet the metal pole in her hands at Adam Strange.
Okay,
fuck.
I
Make me.
I feel like it's athletics, but I guess it could also be fighting.
It's technically a ranged attack.
Mm-hmm.
So that's technically a phasers shot. We've just renamed phasers. That's how we've renamed shoot, and it is a ranged attack, and that is what the skill exists for. So on your turn, you are winged, but not particularly badly, just a nasty scrape of a bullet, and can javelin throw this at Adam Strange. Make me a phasers roll.
I would like to tag poised adrenaline junkie for the fact that she is literally now running off epinephrine while she charges down the corridor.
Can I get an athletics check off Strange? And now available is 2. Strange has 1 hinder available. Talandra has 2 helps available.
Okay. What is my goddamn athletics? I do actually have points in athletics.
Mm-hmm.
Not totally useless. That is a 2 from me.
It's a 4 from me.
Okay, that is a 2-shift success. This pole hits you, Strange. You must probably take the 2 stress.
Yeah, I'll take.
Or you can spend something, but
No, I'm gonna keep the hinders for
More sexy things.
more
Yes.
sexy things.
You can take
To be honest, I'm mostly just working on distracting him even
Yep.
a little bit.
Yep, that's fair. You throw this javelin style. It does kind of clip Strange's shoulder. It stings,
Yep.
but he's still level. Behind Talandra, Elrad has also burst into the passageway. 3 seconds have passed, if that.
Yep.
Make me a will check, Strange, difficulty 1. I'm going to say, because he has been slightly thrown off by being hit by a projectile.
Also, I wanted him to face that natural fear of, oh, what's in my face?
It's a stick, but that's a 4.
Okay, you are not going to lose any of your shots. You still
He is
have...
a Scottish stubborn boy.
Yeah, you're not thrown off your game. You can whip it around and shoot again at Talandra. Or, I guess, over her head, Elrad, but he'd be harder to hit because Talandra's cover.
Yeah, Talandra's in the way. I need to drop Talandra first, and then I can shoot her boyfriend.
Another athletics roll from Talandra, another phases check from
me.
Strange. There are 2 helps, 1 hinder, and fate points in play.
Well, the roll was a -3. These dice are not being nice. I think I chose poorly.
Mine came out a flat 0, so...
Is anyone wanting to spend any fate points, or...
How many fate points do you get just as standard
3.
at the start of a game? Okay, 3.
3. So Talandra has 2 fate points left, 2 helps.
Yeah, and I've got a hinder on my 3 fate points.
Yes.
I thought I just had the 1 help.
Another one has appeared.
You got another one.
And so has another hinder.
Oh, fuck, another hinder. Hey, thank you.
You beautiful, magnificent bastards. Hey, Brigade, we can do this together.
It's even game.
So I'm at a 0.
You got a 0, and if Emily doesn't reroll.
I'd have to use 2 things to get a success.
Or you reroll.
Or that's true. I can reroll off of that, can't I? I'm gonna use one of the hinders for the reroll because that roll was garbage.
You redeem Lou's hinder.
Thanks, Lou.
To reroll.
I also want the record to show that I've drunk 2 cups of very strong coffee, having not had caffeine for about a week, so I can't feel my face.
Bye.
Well, that's gone up to a 4.
Motherfucker.
So with the rifle itself, that is a 6. That is a 6 shift success, which requires either Talandra to augment her roll in some way.
I feel like I would like to spend a help to re-roll.
Yes, or she would have to blow, either take a major consequence or take a moderate consequence and some stress boxes.
So I rolled at a minus. I got a -3 on my roll. I'm going to risk a re-roll.
Okay, that's cool.
That's what
difficulty, you've got to get. I forget what happens if you match, but you've got to get 4 or 5 as total result off athletics.
Whose aid am I aiding? Who's aiding me?
You are using the Model Railwayman's help.
President of the Aid Brigade! President, I'm rolling for you!
I can't remember what happens if you match success on a fight.
Not disappoint, sir! I got a +5, which is not a success, but to be honest, it's not doesn't give Roomba a +6.
That is actually a success. That is actually a success because she gained a +2 on damage. Which only kicks in on damage.
My roll was a 4, and the +2 only kicks in on the damage.
So that second shot rings out. Maybe Casey Strange's game has been thrown off by that. The shot goes wild. It does not hit Talandra. One more shot before she reaches the table, which is going to be something she's going to need to clear nicely.
Okay.
I'm aware that I have less to work
One more
with.
shot then.
Yeah, one more shot.
And I've used 2 so far.
You have one hinder. You have 1 hinder and all your
rifle shots.
You've used 2. You have 2. You have 1 more shot before there were 5. You shot 1 at the beginning.
Yep, shot 1 at the beginning. So I've got shot 1 at the beginning.
And then you shot this. Then you've just shot at her twice.
Yes, you're right.
Yes. I have a tally. Okay, athletics check from Talandra, please.
That's a crit on my phases check. That's a 5.
This was inevitable.
The dice were suitably threatened by the threat of putting them back in the bag. No dice jail for you.
Did you just crit as well?
Did you say that was a crit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which way?
Well, the black die is my negative die.
They both look black.
You just critical failed.
I just
God.
critical failed
Oh,
while
God.
you critically succeeded. I feel like that's momentous.
Yeah,
I guess. I feel like we should keep that.
I feel like you
what
should
the hell?
keep that. Okay, so statistically speaking, it's not possible for Talandra to remain standing at the end of that.
I feel like I need to re-roll it, but I also feel like that's cheap
However,
given the circumstances.
there is one lovely thing, because fate does not mean that you die if you take it. What happens when you can no longer take checking my exact wording on the rules, because this is the worst laid out rulebook in the history of rulebook. That's not true, but it's pretty bad.
No, that'll be worse.
But it's not good.
Also, I feel like I should also point out. So you know that thing that happens when you GM Kath, of Izzy gets shot in the head.
You leave my head alone.
No,
my precious skull.
I believe we are looking at the statistical option of conceding the conflict. Essentially, Talandra is down and out for the fucking count.
Do I want to spend another reroll? Yes, I have fate points. God damn it, I have fate points. And look, I'm not going to be able to beat a crit, but I need to be able to
not just eat shit.
But I need the record to show that.
Yes.
I'm gonna
you couldn't. You might be able to actually absorb it. It would just take a shitload of what you've got.
Look, I'm going to burn through fate points in this combat anyway.
That's cool. That's fair. Yep, now's
so
the time. Go for it.
I am going to look. I guess in this situation, this is how I'm justifying it. In this situation, taking the shot and going down is kind of the easier option, since she's in a lot of pain anyway.
Yep. Okay.
So I am going to tag the needs of the many. And she is going to barrel further into danger, taking whatever shot Adam Strange delivers. Because I feel that since Roomba critically succeeded, regardless of how well I do, unless I crit, it's going to hit her anyway.
It was almost certainly going to hit her anyway.
Well, no, because you've actually got points in athletics.
I do, but you critted.
But roll. I will roll, and I will decide how this goes, depending upon my.
So I got a +5, but I did not. I rolled a 2 and a 3, like I.
And so, technically speaking,
2 and a 4.
You didn't. So that is still another 3-shift success, which, to be fair, you can take on your stress. However, if Roomba wants to, this is a perfect opportunity to up the damage beyond and to force consequences. If you spend hinders and fate points, you could force her to take it. If you spend one, or if you spend the remaining hinder or a fate point, you can force her to use another stress box and take a minor or moderate.
Yeah, I think I'll probably do that.
Wait, maximum damage?
Yes.
Okay, redeeming interiority's minor hinder.
Interiority.
You may spend a fate point on the corridor aspect.
Yep.
So that is going to, where were we at here? That was going to be a 3-shift. So that is not as terrifying as it's going to sound when I say a 7-shift success.
Holy shit.
Which means that Talandra can spend her 3. She can spend one of her. It's going to have to be her strength, her level.
It's
going to level 3 stress box.
No, because she's used the 3.
Both the 3 and the 4 will be used.
Yeah,
I forget. Yeah, it will have to be the level.
It will max out all her stress boxes.
You still have your level 1 and 2. That's how it works.
No, I think I already had my level 1 and 2.
Those you recover stresses at the end of a fight.
Oh god. Okay, yeah. Then.
However, you have to take a level 4 consequence.
On top of the stress.
On top of the stress.
Motherfucker. So I have my level 4 left.
Oh no! You spend the stress. You will spend your 3 and your 4. At the end of this, you will no longer have your level 3 or your 4 stress boxes.
I'm a competent person. I can do this.
And this is exciting. Listen to us yell numbers while we
numbers.
The
Fate.
fine points of suffering.
Okay,
The
so
classic
yeah.
tabletop role-playing experience.
I guess I
Suffering
must
and
have a-
numbers.
Look, I picked Fate because it's the least numbery, but I guess...
Sure. So we're
I
now
guess,
finally bringing the classic tabletop experience to the stream.
I guess I'm taking a 4-point consequence. I guess that's happening.
Yep.
What is it?
You have been shot in the gut. Gut
Oof.
shot is what we're going for.
My limbs are still
What's
good.
a classic? I mean, I say classic, I've only done it once, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is a classic. That is the gut shot. Emily, you gained a free invocation to
Of Talandra's been shot in the gut.
Of Talandra's been shot in the gut to use against her. She is hit. She staggers. Can keep going. There is the table to vault. You have one more shot, Strange, before you're going to have to swap to the pistol.
Okay.
Which you might not have the opportunity to do if she closes on you. But she's going to be...
You're going to have to kill her to drop her. Like, she is...
Well then.
And, okay, Talandra, you've got to vault this. Make me an athletics check against the table. Difficulty check 1. The difference there is going to be whether on, essentially time-wise, if you fail, Strange will have time to shoot and swap weapons. If you succeed, Strange will have time to shoot, but not swap before either Talandra or Elrad is on top of him.
That's a +6, and I do not regret Talandra's athletics. Talandra has a really good athletics
Yeah, no,
score
I know.
because she is a fucking athlete.
Okay. So Talandra's vaulted the table.
I think she literally like
freezes in the
vaults
stream.
it like it's a fucking... Yes, she literally freezes in stream. I think she fucking vaults it like it's a gymnastics horse.
She vaults. One more shot from Strange from the rifle. He is going to get this, or here's
the thing. So Talandra is now in the room.
She's in the room.
So I don't need to be where I am, looking down the corridor.
No, you can try to.
So
I mean, there's still a certain amount of momentum here.
Yeah,
She's gonna try to close. Yes.
And once again, because rules control the fun, she now is in the open. She no longer has the cover of the table.
She no longer has the cover. Well, that wasn't much cover, but she also can no longer have the narrow corridor.
Yeah, I can't use the narrow corridor against you.
I suppose it equals out then.
Yeah. So what's Strange doing? You're within the same space, so closing to melee isn't really a thing right now. Or rather, it will imminently become a thing one way or another anyway.
Okay. Can I back off and try and shoot her with the rifle in this one go, or is it one or the other? Like, I'm trying to figure out, is this like a D&D?
It's not. That's not really the way this space. It's not that big a room. You're going unless you actively give up and try to dive for cover. She's gonna get to you pretty sharpish. So you probably only have one shot left. But if you take her down, Elrad's got to climb over the table and her.
Okay. In that case, I'll just take the shot then.
Okay. Athletics check from Talandra. Phasers check from Emily. Emily is out of hinders. There is one help left.
And I think I have one fate
double
point
checking.
left.
I've got 2 fate points left, I believe, because I think I've only used the one. Cool. Until Lizzie's finished destroying the box.
-1.
+1.
I guess I am going to spend... I'm going to spend my last fate point because if I go down, I want Elrad to have the help. Look, someone's got to stop
What are
you.
you tagging?
God, I can only tag so many, can't I?
You can only tag an aspect, a personal
Once a
aspect
scene.
once a scene.
So I've tagged Poised Adrenaline Junkie. I've tagged the needs of the many.
Mother to hundreds would be my suggestion.
I guess Mother to hundreds because
Burov
is AWOL and KC is potentially bleeding out upstairs.
This is
and also because I guess kind of like in the dark recess of her mind, she wants to be the one to take down Strange because she can't guarantee Elrad will do it safely.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because Strange isn't himself. None of us are.
Just shoot the sad boy in the face. You know you want to.
She's gonna. Oh
no. Did it get worse?
+1.
Okay, so that's matched.
Which means it's a matched, which means it's, I think, 1, but I think I win, but at a cost.
I think you win, but I hate that for combat. I kept trying to find it.
I mean, Kath, we both know what that means. That means I get the drop on him, but I get shot in the process.
Yes, that is exactly what happens. So...
I mean, it doesn't work for most combats. For the combat where you're jumping on someone with a gun, it makes absolute perfect sense. It means he can't change weapons, but I'm going to take a full
rifle shot to
the me.
Okay. What happens? Talandra has vaulted over the trolley. Mm-hmm. She is closing with Strange, not stopping. He opens fire and she takes a point-blank shot. She piles into him. Mm-hmm. This knocks this gun absolutely flying and knocks Strange down. Mm-hmm. There is kind of a roll. And Strange is winded, a little disorientated, and Talandra is down and not moving.
Okay.
Strange, you clock in these split seconds that Talandra is down and not moving, and Gul Elrad is fucking coming at you like a couple of meters away.
Okay, I'm drawing the...
I'm going to make this an opposed fight phases check.
Yeah, reasonable.
And you are down, which is something which Elrad can spend fate points on to use against you.
Awesome.
Kath, are you just giving Talandra damage now, just without rolling?
I thought that you were going for that's it. You take the full. The full...
like I imagine that means she's filled up her consequence track. Like,
yeah, go fill up the consequence track for it.
Cool. Okay, I'm trying to. What have I got left in terms of things to use?
You're
this?
out of hinders.
So it's just fate points.
Yes, and you could use darkness. The darkness against him is about the only thing.
Oh yeah, I've still got dark
fate points.
No, yes. I keep forgetting I've still got it, but I have to spend fate points for it. Cool. That makes it easy because none of the personal aspects are relevant for this point in the combat.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, is he actually going to try and shoot Galelrad straight away?
Well, he's going to try to hit you.
Well, he's going to try and hit me. I'm just trying to work out: am I shooting him or am I trying to back off instead and just try and get out of swing range?
Then it's a fight,
which would be a
opposed fight check, or to just try to get away, or an opposed.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out which without looking at my stats.
Yep.
Because I don't want it to be based on that. I want it to be based on which I think he's more likely to do. Let's see. So Talandra's just come in, knocked him flying. Shot her, and she's on the floor. I think he's actually going to. Yeah, I think he's actually going to try and scramble to his feet and back up a bit.
Okay,
it's a fight check.
Maybe the fight check, because it is technically trying to evade.
Yeah, trying
melee with melee.
Yes. By an angry Cardassian. Okay, promising start. Do I actually have any points in this? No, I don't. That's a 2.
He got an 8.
Fucking hell!
As he nearly critically succeeded.
I'm not going to bother re-rolling or anything because I don't think I have the resources to try and match that. The best I could manage is a 7, and that's if I re-rolled and critted and also spent a second fate point to get a +2 on it, which I don't think the rules can let me do.
Will you compete with me if, rather than doing the maths, I spend everything left for Elrad to have Strange pinned down and disarmed, or do you want to keep this going, Emily?
It's up to you.
No, it's up to you.
Oh fuck! Don't make me do that.
Is this it?
No, I don't want it
That's
to
fine.
end on that.
Okay,
I'd rather
so
keep it going a bit longer.
That's
To
good.
see how much
Okay.
Holt Strange's face gets beaten.
He is not then going to spend that help. So that is 8 for a
Cool.
7.
Oh
So
my god, I took away his moderating factor.
Yes, you did!
Congratulations.
Okay, how much of a consequence is that? Because I've just realised that this is a fight check and I'm probably taking damage from this.
You probably need your physique box is free again. So
yeah, so I've got a 1 and a 2 stress box. And
you
then
can
the
only
rest is
spend 1
consequences
stress box per hit.
hit.
So
yes.
in fact, what was this? He got an 8 and you got a 1, so it's a +7.
No, I got a 2.
You got a 2, so that's 6. You can either spend a physique and take a moderate, or you have to take a level 4 moderate, or just take a level 6.
Yeah, I'm going to take the moderate.
Okay, spend your level 2. I'll tick that again.
So my 2.
Oh no, wait, that was used. That was used. You used your
oh no, you're
level
right.
2
I
stress.
did use my
Sorry,
2 stress.
I thought that was from
Right.
earlier. I thought that was from the fight. That was from the other fight.
No, I
You've
forgot.
used it. You have to take a level 6.
I have to take the level 6. Cool,
Yeah.
I'll take the level 6.
God, what's he fucking done? He is
What's he done
this
to me?
bad in a fist. Yeah. Okay. Oh, jeez. How's an unarmed Cardassian doing a serious moderate? You try to roll away. Elrad comes in, tries to essentially get you into a pin, and breaks your arm as you wriggle away. It's impossible for anyone to tell at this point if this is a attempt at a restraint gone bad by a wriggler, or if he has just fucking broken your arm.
Break my arm.
Yeah.
What I've got in my head for it, I don't know if if this played out, then I'd actually be taking more things. So it's not what happens. But so Elrod's coming in. Strange tries to get up, gets about halfway up. Elrod comes in, and then, as you say, breaks his arm, and then Strange has probably hit the deck again.
Yeah.
And probably cracked his face on something on the way
down. Probably
because
that too.
There's a computer console that he was probably using to try and lever himself up. So crack, smack, floor.
Yeah. That's it. That happens. There is flash of pain, arm, head,
everything.
You spin. But it's your turn.
Okay. Is he going to take a shot? Yes, he is, because they're still just coming at him. Nobody's trying to talk him down.
Nope.
Why would they?
The person who we're talking down is unconscious.
Is bleeding on the floor. There's green everywhere. Cool. So it's going to be trying to take a shot at him.
Okay, make me an opposed phases athletics check. You have a minor hinder available to you. He still has 2 minor helps. That's not very good.
I'm going to use one of those. I'm going to use that hinder for a reroll because this is -4 at the minute.
Oh.
It's pretty bad.
He is at a 2.
Okay. Whose hinder is it? So I know who
you are using Interiority's hinder.
Thanks, Interiority.
He will spend a help if you need to not go to con. Right now, my rule of thumb, crowd, is that he is.
Thanks, Interiority. It's still a -2.
-2. That goes wide. You're in pain. It swings around.
My arm's fucked. I'm fucked. I'm on the floor. I've probably slipped on somebody's blood on the way down as well.
Yeah, it's probably not yours.
It's probably not mine.
You're not
it was
bleeding
probably
enough
green.
for that.
I'm not bleeding enough for that. It was probably green.
Really
but you know.
Elrad is just advancing. If you're going to shoot, he is going to try to basically stamp on that arm, kick the gun away and stamp on that arm.
Yep.
So
cool. Do you need to be making
an opposed fight check?
Yeah. Come on, garbage roll. -3.
He rolled -3 on the dice, which is, however, still good, still better. He still gets a 1. He's good in a fight.
Yeah, I have no points in fight, so my roll of a -3 is a -3.
That is a 4 shift success.
That's using my
You have to take a.
Strange does have a +3 stress box.
I do.
Yeah.
Physique is better.
Your physique is 3.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry, your physique is +1. That grants you a +3.
You would level 3 stress box. Okay. However, you would still need to spend that and you still have to take a consequence.
Yeah, but it shifts it from me having to take a major to me taking a minor, correct?
Yes, from a moderate to a minor, yes.
Okay, cool. So I've now literally just got my 1 stress and my major consequence left.
How many have you shot? You've shot twice with that pistol now, right? Yeah. Okay.
Have I?
No, once. You've only shot once with the
Yeah, once.
Yes, you only shot once with the pistol. Sorry, yes, you chose to try to get away the first time.
Yes.
We are.
I'm not going to get the remaining 4 off, or 5 off, so...
However, how much will you hurt Gal Elrad along the way? Is this where you're
Let's
at?
find out.
If this is your goal. So yeah, take a stress box and a minor. So that's just going to be like a bruised wrist.
Yeah. Cool.
As this is becoming just a vicious, unpleasant ruck of it's a little bit closer to a beatdown, except one person's got a gun, which is really a nice moderating influence. And Elrad is going for
otherwise this should just
kicks,
be embarrassing.
but has to at least can't fully close if he doesn't want to get accidentally shot in the head. Accidentally for him. I was not expecting this to be the beatdown finale.
I knew it would happen. I know what Talandra's about.
It was one of the ways that I saw this going.
It was going to go. Make me your... What are you doing? Are you going to try to shoot him again?
Am I going to try and shoot him, or am I going to try and get up from this? No, he's... Strange is enraged and not... cares very little for his own safety.
We are going to brutally see this...
Fail. God's sake.
The shot goes wide again.
I don't think I've got anything I can be using here for a reroll.
I've got fate points. You can spend fate points on anything. The darkness.
Yeah, fate point. I'm going to fate point this and make it not a critical.
Cool fail. That's fair. He did not roll amazingly. It's just he's in fact, it's just an athletic. Sorry for him, of course. But
what am I chasing? Just
he's got a +3 on his athletics.
Okay,
and
so
that's all. He rolled a flat nothing.
Okay, it's only a 2, but at least that's an improvement.
Okay, so however, to be fair, it's a miss still for you.
Yeah, it's still a miss for me, but it's not as embarrassing.
It's not an embarrassing fail.
It's kind of it's over his shoulder as opposed to wildly off.
Elrad will yell at him to drop the gun.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, I think Elrad is going to yell at him to drop the gun, and if there is not even a flicker of a reaction from Strange, he's going to try to kick him again.
No, there will be a flicker of a reaction from that.
Elrad
he's still kind of holding the gun, but
okay.
There's a facial expression that's showing a kind of yeah.
Can he see that?
Oh fuck! It's dark. God damn it.
He can.
Okay, cool.
He gets he was a positive. He gets a +3 note on his notice check by the lights of the computer console,
we're
which
right
you
next
are
to the computer screen as well.
hovered around as there has
he
been.
Stood by the computer screen.
He stood over you.
And you can probably see that the gun's kind of shaking a little bit in Strange's hand.
Put the gun down.
Just leave me alone.
I'm not going to do that. And the commander needs medical attention. Put the gun
So
down.
Take her away then. If
we need to finish this and lift the lockdown on here, Lieutenant Strange. Put the gun down. You do not want to hurt anyone else anymore.
Shit, what does Strange say in response? Because he's not going to put the gun down on that. Fuck. This is the awkward thing of there's two ways. There's two things I can go. 2 ways I can go here on this, and I'm trying to decide which one. Let's see. Which way's funniest?
I love is at this point, I'm just watching Mike's face.
This is difficult.
One of our boyfriends is gonna die. That's gonna suck.
Yeah. No, shut up, Izzy. That's not helping.
It's not
Okay.
supposed to be.
Does he
Fuck you.
does he move? Does he say something? Does he do nothing at all?
He's not going to completely put the gun down. I'm still kind of swithering, so therefore he is. So he's not going to completely put the gun down, but it's no longer kind of, instead of being aimed like that, it's just kind of drops his guard hits the gun in a little bit, and kind of, instead of it being held straight out, it's kind
basically
of
Elrad is going to carry on, isn't going to
like
flash out unless he unless he moves as if he's going to shoot. So
so the gun's kind of half drawn back.
You're not yourself right now. You've hurt people important to you, Lieutenant. This facility has been afflicting everyone's minds. There are psychotropic drugs in the air.
I mean, that much I'd already worked out.
That's why you've shot Commander Talandra. That's why you shot Samuel Casey. Every second we are talking here is more time while they are bleeding.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, I'm still trying to on the kind of it's very strange going on this. Is he buying into that this is actually happening? Basically, is my decision here.
Okay.
Fuck.
What you gonna do, Emily?
I don't know.
Okay, you need to decide.
I know. I'm trying to decide.
Still freezing. That's okay. I'm gonna treat this.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on, and you've got a few seconds, and if not, Elrad is gonna act.
Yeah, take it as strange.
Then strange. And then if he's dithering, Elrad very keenly aware.
Like, he can probably kind of. Yeah. If he's clocked Strange's facial expression, he can probably see that Strange is kind of.
Okay. Elrad is going to slowly reach to put his hand on top of the gun.
Okay, Strange will definitely draw the gun away from that.
Okay.
To not let Elrad get hold of it.
Put it down. Put it down. There don't need to be consequences. You're not in your right mind. You're not yourself right now, but you have to put that down now so I can get medical assistance.
I mean, that assumes that there are actually consequences here.
Well, one of the put the gun down now, Lieutenant. What makes you think there aren't consequences here?
The bit that doesn't add up is, why are you here for this part? I could see why
to assist the commander.
I could see why I'd think that Talandra was there. I could see why I thought that Burroughs and Casey were here, but they're not here now. But
we're all here in the facility, Lieutenant. Everything that you are seeing right now, I'm sorry, but it is very, very real.
See, I'm not so sure that it is. And I've been here before with people telling me that things were happening when they weren't.
I'm aware of some incident in caves. The commander told me you have been afflicted by something, but I don't know what you're talking about, Lieutenant.
No.
Why
you wouldn't.
Why are you hallucinating me?
That is a very good question. Why am I hallucinating you and not somebody more, I don't know, somebody that I would actually think of?
On the slightest possibility that you are wrong, Lieutenant, you have to please trust me, or at least trust that doubt, because again, every second we are arguing is another second Commander Talandra is bleeding on the floor.
No, I don't think that's right.
You don't think that she is bleeding on the floor?
No, I don't think she is. I don't think that Talandra is bleeding on the floor. I don't think that you're actually there. The bit that I don't quite get is why you haven't gone away, because Casey went away after I shot at him. Burov went away when I didn't even have to shoot at them.
How does this end, Lieutenant, if this isn't real?
It's just like any other machine. It's finding the fault in it. And until now, I've been going at symptoms of the fault and not dealing with the fault directly.
What's the direct fault, Lieutenant?
This is.
And Elrad will make a move.
And so will Strange. if Gelrad launches at him.
This is going to be... Yeah, he's going to just go for the fucking... the moment that gun starts coming up like that, Elrad is going to pounce. Because Elrad is not the kind of guy to keep talking at that point. That is going to be... what are you rolling? It's an opposed check.
Yeah,
What's
how
happening?
How does this work at this point?
This is an opposed will from Adam Strange to fight
from
Elrad
to knock it out of the way. What have I got available?
You, I believe, are out of hinders.
Okay, however, so it's fate points only.
It's fate points only.
That's fine. I can work with that.
He's got a lot, and I'm gonna. This is for him to get the gun. So he's gonna need to. Yeah, he's gonna need to succeed pretty good to get the gun off you.
Okay.
That is not a critical success, but it's very close.
Okay, so I got 3.
He got.
Hang on. Sorry, no. +3 is just the roll.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have points.
A will. I
actually have a will score because Stubborn Scottish Boy. We established this earlier.
I mean, he's got an 8.
Fuck. Okay, I've got 5.
I am going to redeem a minor help. The first one from Frey McFuzzles. To increase that, as he's not trying to do damage, but he does want to disarm Strange. He wants to get that gun.
Okay.
I
don't think there's any way that I can match 10.
If you were going to spend a fate point,
Well, spending the help for the colour here as he moves.
But the colour could be
Strange's brains. Emily seems, I want to state for the record, Emily seems so sad that her character has been stopped from blowing his brains out in the middle of a computer call.
There are people in the chat who've met me. They won't be surprised.
He launches as Strange brings the gun up to his own head.
Mm-hmm.
They grapple. A shot rings out.
Mm-hmm.
But with a twist of the wrist,
mm-hmm.
Elrad brings the gun away.
Yep.
And kind of pushes Strange down, just knocks him over.
Yep.
Elrad unloads the gun, removes the rounds in the chamber. Lieutenant, don't move.
What else? What?
He dashes to Talandra. He goes to Talandra, starts to attempt to give her some medical.
Yeah, she probably did.
Really bad at it.
Oh my god. Shame our doctors in the fucking vent.
He doesn't have any medical points, and he almost rolled a critical fail. As he gets there, clearly takes sight of the state of her and just
fuck.
I know that it was a dramatic thing, not a rolling thing. But where has she been shot? I need to know for my own personal records.
Okay, so she was initially shot in the abdomen.
Yeah, side, stomach.
A glancing one off the side. Yeah. Not really important. A serious shot in the stomach. And I'm going to say another midriff. Center of body, a couple of center of body mass shots. Hovers over there. Lieutenant, you've killed the lights. Put them back on.
No, he's not going to do it. He's kind of dragging himself back up to his feet.
Mm-hmm. Have you finished the work on the systems?
God, have I finished the work on the systems?
You're really close. Like, probably a couple minutes work.
I'd almost finished the work on the systems.
You're still working on that. Forget about me, then. You can get to work and I will not interrupt your work.
Fine.
Now, please give me some light.
I mean, Strange probably needs the light himself at this point.
True.
Because
yeah,
night vision goggles,
not that good.
Aren't going to be good enough for this, are they? So, yeah, Strange, after he's gone back over to what he was trying to do before, bring the lights back on.
Mm-hmm. Elrad sort of spins, checks that Strange is studying the console, looks around. Dr. Burov!
They're not here.
Dr. Burov, the situation is under control and Commander Talandra has been shot. If you are out there... Dr. Burov.
A lot has been going on.
Yes. You have twisted a valve. You have shut that. Probably roughly around the time the shooting started was around the time you figured that you've stopped the pumping and are pumping clean air into there.
Like, they will have had to throw their entire body weight into the process.
Mm-hmm.
But they will have... How much of their medical kit survived the process?
Some, Starfleet officers keep a pretty robust medical kit.
Nevertheless, I think they have like torn the sleeves of their uniform. They are full on.
Yeah, they've gone full on diesel mess. There will have been gunshots shortly after they finished the work, and I imagine that Burov has hunkered down for that period.
We'll be breathing in as much clean air as they can.
Yeah. And then that is not long. It really is bang, 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 bang. There is about a minute. And then they hear Elrad voice calling.
How much of the effects has Burov managed to shake off through basically hyperventilating clean air. And
they are starting to feel a bit, yeah, because they are straight at the source, they are starting to feel a bit more clear-headed.
So Burov is terrified because gunshots and gunshots. And I guess also, like, bullet gunshots.
Yeah, that's
that's not phasers.
So much louder than phasers.
Yeah.
Like, but also do your best for humanity. Burov is a doctor first and foremost, and so is going to basically bundle up their medical kit, take stock of the situation, and is going to begin rapidly scrambling out. Because if it is a trap, it is a trap. But
make me an athletics check for how quickly they can get through. You have available to you 2 helps. In the meantime, if Strange is getting back to work, I love how we could have arguably resolved this by leaving Strange alone. But no one had any reason to believe that. Make me an engineering check.
He said so at the start of the goddamn combat. They have nobody to blame but themselves.
While he's making an engineering check, I would like to spend 1 help to re-roll that because Arcady has no athletics.
Okay, you redeem a help from ShinoKaz83. Thank you, new member of the Hinderkinder. Well, you don't have to identify as Hinderkinder, but like you can dabble with the dark side if you want to.
What was the name? Neo Shaz?
ShinoKaz83.
ShinoKaz. I can't remember literally anything. Thank you, new person, because that took it from like a minus something to a big old plus something.
Meanwhile, Strange has got 9 on his engineering check. So
No.
even though he's battered, broken, and just all round not having a good day and only has 1 working arm.
Yeah.
That doesn't stop a Starfleet engineer.
I mean, I suppose if I were considering that there were massive penalties, that's still good enough. You are.
Yeah, I was assuming there were penalties. On this.
The penalties are weird. It's if one wanted to spend invocations, I probably should have invoked it against you, compelled you with it, whatever. You've rolled well enough. You've rolled well enough for us to not do that song and dance. And within short order, probably scraping themselves up even more, Burov emerges into the scene of Elrad over the fallen bloodied, blood-soaked shape of Talandra.
Looking
Strange is working.
Looking full on like action hero-y, but still like, oh god.
She's been shot, gut, chest, minor injuries elsewhere. But it's the gunshot wounds. I no familiarity with bullet injuries.
Okay, I shall need you to help me stop the bleeding.
Of course. What do you need?
What is this? Some sort of projectile throwing weapon?
Yes.
Primitive nonsense. Yeah, and I guess Dr. Burrow's going to set about stopping the bleeding and extracting the bullet with magnets.
Make me
magnets.
How do they work?
A medicine check, and the moderate is you'll need 2 for the you'll need a series of them, but the most important one is because the fact that Talandra's taken a serious consequence, which is a fantastic difficulty, which is a +6 difficulty.
Behold! A critical success! God, can you see my caffeine hands?
Yep.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I can. Who let you have that caffeine?
Me. I let
Burov has arrived in the, it's difficult to assess nick of time, but she has lost a lot of blood. And by a combination of skill and just sheer chance in terms of what Burov used in their medical kit.
They're going to be so confident in the situation. They are literally hyped up on battlefield medicine.
Mm-hmm.
She's stable for now, but I cannot be sure for how long. Where is Ensign Casey?
He's upstairs. He's injured, but the commander gave him some immediate aid.
Okay, I will need you to go and get him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not content to leave her to go and do the medical process.
Elrad pauses and looks at Strange.
See, while all this was happening,
yeah,
this part was happening.
Yeah.
After I'd got the last little bit of engineering sorted, Stranger's going to try and just leave.
Strange is getting up. Is getting up and walking for the door. Okay, yeah. This is probably happening around the time Elrad turns. Lieutenants, update.
As in, Stranger's turning to leave.
If Stranger's leaving. If Stranger's leaving at that point, just as Elrad turns.
Okay.
For his sake. Lieutenant, update.
I mean, all the systems are back up and running. The Stranger's still backing very slowly down the corridor.
Can you end the lockdown?
Yes.
I will also say at this point, just at this point, with a fresh confrontation, everyone is starting to feel the faintest hint of normalcy creeping in.
Okay.
Okay, that's just fine. That will increase. Frankly, now that will increase at a rate which is everyone's own personal choice.
Okay. Yep.
Cool. Where are you going, Adam?
Out of here. That was the entire point of ending the lockdown.
If it's over, contact your ship. Doctor, please try to contact your ship.
I would love it first if we could get the lift going. And I would love some help.
We may be able to be transported out of here. If you've ended the lockdown and the dampening field.
Have I actually ended the dampening field, or is there another step to go on that?
You would still need to basically. No, actually, you pretty much could have done that. Yeah, with that.
Okay.
If you ended the dampening field, Elrad will reach for his communicator.
I feel like, not to put words in Emily's mouth, but moist. Sorry. If Strange thinks they're the only real person here and that the dampening field has been released, would he not immediately communicate with the ship to get out of there?
He would, but he's still not thinking entirely clearly.
That's fair.
So
okay.
I feel like he'd still leave the whole. I can still see.
That makes sense. I'm going to physically get out of this situation.
Move myself away from the situation and then just go.
Elrad will
where he's at.
Draw his communicator.
This whole time, Stranger's still backing towards the lift to get out.
Gal Elrad, keep an eye on him. I will communicate with the vessel.
Okay, very well.
This is Dr. Burov to the USS Iskandar. Come in, Iskandar.
There is a moment. There's probably more of a confrontation. Elrad isn't stopping Strange from leaving at this point. Or he is kind of moving to slightly. It is more of the positioning. It depends on how much Strange is going to try to walk straight past him.
Strange is probably still just going to try and get into the corridor and just.
Elrad is going to look as if he is going to follow, but as they get there to the mouth of the corridor, there is a voice back of Captain Athan coming back over the communicators. Doctor, it's good to hear your voice. What's happened? We've only just received your comm badges back on our sensors.
It is uncommonly good to hear your voice, Captain. We were wondering if perhaps you could get a lock on our location. We have injured down here.
Very well. Beam you all. How many's being directly to sickbay?
Secure quarantine facility, if you would not mind, Captain.
We can't do that for everyone. Who am I beaming to sickbay? Some I will beam to quarantine, some I will beam to sickbay.
Well, no, everyone in... What?
Everyone.
Quarantine sickbay. Quarantine sickbay.
Well.
Locked in sickbay.
Very well. I'll beam you all up into lock you in sickbay. Do I need security?
Yes, please, Captain.
Very well. Stand by.
Standing by.
And there is the light of the transporters for everyone to be beamed into sickbay.
I actually think Burov might have just in that moment snapped at the captain. Not everyone to quarantine in sickbay, police captain.
There is the shimmer of lights, and everyone
Probably the first
appears.
like Casey's seen for a bit.
Yeah, and everyone.
I haven't necessarily turned the lights on upstairs.
Yeah, Ensign Casey, you've been in the dark for a while. It's been pretty rough.
I think at this point the singing stopped. I think it's just like cold, shaken breaths, like the last of the fight in him, just like ebbing away.
Mm-hmm.
He's being beamed into the same facility as a dead Talandra.
Yeah, and everyone appears. Yeah, so really best to do this from Casey's point of view, as there is the shimmer of a transporter, and then Casey is transported onto, as happens, a biobed in sickbay. Also in sickbay, also just by default set onto biobeds are, well, they've probably got access to the life signs, in fact, still. So Talandra on that central, more emergency biobed in an Intrepid class sickbay. Casey has picked up signs of injury, and so is on one of the biobeds. Strange is also on one of the biobeds. On their feet are Burov and Elrad. There is no one else in there, but within the split second of everyone appearing, there is a shimmer, a manifest of Dr. Light. Please state the nature of the medical Commander Talandra.
Right. I require full biological scans of chemical imbalances in the blood of all the people that are currently in the quarantine. No person is to be admitted beyond the medical quarantine, and a secure field is to be erected. No one is to come in or out.
Full emergency quarantine measures are already in place, Doctor. I will begin the examination of everyone's blood chemistry. Are you good to attend to Commander Talandra whilst I deal with that?
Of course.
Very well, Doctor. And Dr. Light sets to work. What are the others doing?
I'm doing a dice roll is what I'm doing. That's going to determine. That was basically a non-event, so I get to choose, I guess. When we first see Casey in this scene, even though it's like it's carrying from his perspective when we initially like step into this scene, it's the point where he spots Talandra, and there's like a no, and like he clearly tries to sit up but just hasn't the strength to do it. And the next time we see him, as we're kind of pulling away from everyone amassing around Talandra, he's looking at Strange, and he's just whispering, "What did you do?"
What is Strange doing?
I feel like for dramatic narrative effect, the drugs wear off of Strange quite quickly.
Yeah, cool.
So that he's effectively he comes into sickbay, and within like a second or so of him getting into sickbay, realizing where he is, he's then back kind of in his right mind, as close as Strange has ever been to being in his right mind, and can see the consequences of his actions just laid out in front of him. There's Talandra there, Casey there.
Okay. And
he just kind of, as much as he's able to, given how battered he is, kind of just curls up into a ball and just stares at the wall or the floor or something. Anything so he's not meeting anybody's eyes.
Slumps into, he's on the end biobed, the one furthest away from Talandra, nearest the door, nearest the wall.
Okay,
and he
so
can
it's
quite comfortably slide off it into the corner.
Yeah.
Hidden basically in the nook between wall and biobed.
Yep. Perfect.
There is a moment where Elrad, who will have been staying out of people's way, does, whilst agitatedly starting to pace, will step back, glance back towards Strange, see what he's doing, and then completely discount him. And as he threat assesses Strange, dismisses him. Now, he's just slid out of sight. What's he doing? Dismisses that assessment and then waits. Dr. Burov gets to work on Talandra. That is going to be a relatively long process. And however, within about 15 minutes, Dr. Light, let me know if anyone's doing anything in that time, because that's really okay. Is Casey doing anything in that time?
No, like I think the moment Strange is out of view, Gulra Elrod moves away, like Casey just like flops onto his back, and it's just his body's racked with weak sobs, and he's just being attended to at that point. He's essentially out of this scene for will purposes.
And after about 15 minutes, Dr. Light
and he's probably doing something similar, but it's flopping into the corner
from the medical console. Yes, I have identified several contaminants within everyone's bloodstreams at different levels. I can probably synthesize some sort of counteragents, Doctor. Shall I proceed?
Kindly analyze and synthesize as you see fit. And I think increase the oxygen level in the quarantine 0.5%.
Yes, very well. That should deal with any of the respiratory intake of the components. Proceeding.
I love that while this is happening, Dr. Light, who is, for people who don't know, a long-term medical hologram who is designed to look not like a person, but slightly translucent so as not to break the uncanny valley. So is there looking super professional and futuristic, like doing science and stuff. And Dr. Burov is basically looking like the end of an action movie doing surgery on Talandra.
For anyone,
if Dina was here, they'd swoon.
For anyone here who would notice, which would probably potentially be anyone, but well, not Strange, but probably including Burov. There is on the wall a fairly standard display, which is when it is a request from the bridge for update, it is clearly the kind of thing of where the rest of the captain is standing by for when it is possible to receive an update from sickbay. That is a. In the meantime, quarantine is enacted. There is also notification on that if Burov ever gets a chance to look at that of security standing by outside sickbay. After about another 15 minutes, Dr. Light will conclude. Like, Burov's going to be working on Talandra for a bit. Like, this is one of them things. I have finished synthesizing. Would you like the first application, Doctor?
No, thank you. I think I've worked most of it out of my system by now. You should probably focus on the others first.
Very well. It turns, looks at everyone, advances on Ensign Casey. In case I see you have an injury, for the moment you appear to be stable. I will give you medical assistance as soon as I have applied this and then conduct triage on everyone else.
Thank you.
Please, do not move. Hiss. Goes, does it to Elrad, who doesn't resist. Strange. Dr. Light appears at the end of the bed. Slowly advances. Lieutenant Strange, I'm going to apply the counteragent for the biotoxin in your bloodstream. Please do not move. Hiss. Over the next few minutes, any lingering effects of this will go. Afterwards, Light will apply it to Burov. We'll supply Burov with the means of injecting it to Talandra's bloodstream as part of the process at the appropriate time for that. And time passes. Oh, Light will see to everyone else. Well, Light will see to Casey's injury. Medical aid is given. Light will approach Lieutenant Strange. Lieutenant, my scans indicate that you are suffering from several minor abrasions and a broken arm. I would like to give you medical attention. If you could please sit on the biobed.
Fine.
Thank you, Lieutenant. And we'll see you to these rooms. So, this is probably a lot more in Burov's hands now in terms of how this proceeds.
I think what is going to happen is once Borov is content that the effects on the mind have been undone, they are going to relax the quarantine to no patient out, doctors can come in, because they would like to go and report and therefore hand over to some other doctors to continue looking after Talandra. And again, they are going to say, they're going to look at the sad boys and say to the attending doctor, keep an eye on these two, don't let them out. I want to keep them under observation.
Elrod will look at Dr. Borov. Doctor, I should either join you or at the very least report to my ship, unless you are keeping me here on medical grounds.
If you could accompany me, Gal Elrod, I would appreciate it when I report to the captain.
Very well.
And they are, like, they've gone full command of sickbay mode. They're going to stride out. They're going to hand a pad to an attending nurse and go, could you get these toxin readouts to Dr. Valhari in the pathology lab, please? And he's going to stride off without changing. Like, they're going to just... And on their way out, they will communicate with another doctor and just say, please inform Captain Nathan that we are on our way up to the bridge.
That will happen. Elrod will fall into step, and it will not be until they're in the turbo lift heading up.
Good.
Thank you for your swift response, Doctor.
Oh, Mother of God, I think I'm going to be sick.
I don't know if Starfleet ships self-clean, but keep breathing, Doctor. Is there a prognosis?
For me or for the others? Because I think I'm
for,
having a panic attack.
For Commander Talandra.
Oh, Commander Talandra. She has been... So on one hand, she has received a lot of damage that would have outright killed some humans. On the other hand, her body is very resistant to shock. It is remarkable how she was able to remain standing despite the initial shot. It should have floored her.
That's an assessment, Doctor.
She will recover. She's recovered from worse. I think I would like to keep her in medical stasis for at least the next 6 hours while the biobed does its work. But when she regains consciousness, she will be able to tell me how she is feeling. It is hard to tell with the Lieutenant Commander. Vulcan physiology being what it is, but Vulcan willpower is a completely different beast.
Thank you, Doctor. I suppose you don't exactly need my commendations, but I thought you performed admirably under pressure down there.
Thank you. I've never been in a situation where people were shooting at each other before. When I was trapped in the walls, I left because I was frightened because Lieutenant Strange was acting out of sorts. But then I heard the gunshots and I did not know which side was shooting at which, and I decided to get to the air filtration system. I was not very brave.
The lieutenant had a high-powered firearm. Staying around was not. That would have been foolish.
If I had been there when he had found the firearm, Gal Elrod, I might have been able to stop him.
We had no way of foreseeing what was going to happen down there.
I know. And I know you must not blame yourself for things that you cannot change. But I am worried and I am sad.
No,
and
I understand.
I feel like I want to cry and throw up all at once. I won't do either, but I also, do you get this feeling like you can't feel your face or hands or feet?
No.
I feel like I have pins and needles from head to toe. Like
that's adrenaline, I believe. Assuming humans get that.
Quite a lot.
The door's open to the bridge.
I think the last thing Borov's going to say is, I can't say I care for it.
These two battered as fuck mofos get, like, Athan will probably be on the bridge, but will immediately usher them into the ready room.
Arkady makes really sad eye contact with Adina.
There's a kind of like, what the hell happened to you? Sort of look. They obviously. Cancer doesn't say that, but there's a kind of
oh fuck! I put myself in this position. Hassan will sit behind.
That's why Borov's doing the talking.
Yes. Dr. Galelrad, Doctor, if you could please report. We had contact with your comm badges until we didn't, and then we lost track of you for several hours until your communication.
And Borov is like, takes a deep breath and like is visibly blinking back tears, and then will kind of pull themselves together a little bit and go, Captain, we were trapped in a subterranean psychological prison of ancient Cardassian design. We were locked in and subjected to centuries-year-old psychological torture. It made us all act in ways that were not standard. And in the process, I think we suffered from some sort of mass hysterical event. In the process, Lieutenant Strange, I think, stopped believing in what was real and what wasn't, gained access to a firearm and yeeted the cat through the window. Gained access to a firearm and opened fire on Ensign Casey, Lieutenant Commander Talandra, and Gal Alrad. Ensign Casey is recovering from a injury in sickbay. Lieutenant Commander Talandra is still in surgery and was beamed unconscious to the ship. Given the circumstances, I do not believe that Lieutenant Strange was in his right mind at the time, but would recommend confining him to medical quarters pending an investigation.
I will have security escort him with one of the medical staff for that immediately. How's the commander?
She will recover in time. It is not as bad as the last time she was nearly dead from being shot. Sorry, that was crass. I didn't mean it. Captain, I'm...
Doctor, you've been through a lot. Very well, Doctor. For the moment, we have medical staff who can take on the situation in sickbay. See to your own medical needs and make sure that everyone's taking care of the away team. But yes, please see to yourself, Doctor. We will take on, and I will speak with Galrad about what we're to do about the subterranean facility.
I have a toxicology report that has gone on its way to the pathology lab for investigation.
I will make sure that is part of the record for the moment. Let's keep everyone safe. Let's get everyone tended to as much as they need, and we will try to assess the situation without anyone else getting locked down there.
I would finally like to request that all members of the away team are placed on psychological leave pending a full psychological evaluation, and I would like to request a extended leave of absence, Captain.
I'm sure that can be arranged, Doctor. For the moment, you're all obviously very much off duty.
Yes, Captain.
And we will take the situation from here. Thank you, Doctor. Please go and get some rest. Borov can leave. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Oh, God.
As that was, I don't know what I expected, but that's what we got.
I'm so proud of Borov, but also, oh, God, they didn't need this.
They didn't need this.
Can I say, can I put in a request for where the break comes, which is having been aware of the situation, Kantos hands over the helm to the second helm's officer
down,
and is like stood outside the captain's quarters ready for Arcady to just collapse on when they come out of the door.
And just immediately it's like, right, we're going somewhere with comfortable seating and wine.
And that's where we're going to take a break. So, see you after the break, folks.
Bye!
Hello, apparently we're back. Mike screwed it up last time, so I'm now off my game and throwing him under the bus. So, welcome back.
Carl.
The away team have returned to the Iskandar. The staff know what's going on. People have received medical assistance, and we will move through a certain transition stage. For the away team, Commander Talandra remains within sickbay, receiving medical support and attention after getting shot a lot again. Ensign Casey is off duty but in fact, everyone is off duty on medical grounds. Ensign Casey will have been released from sickbay after he's been patched up, and essentially will be free to take it easy as he wishes. The same is for Dr. Burov, although I imagine Dr. Burov will have had a slightly more hands-on continuing to tidy things up in sickbay and managing their sickbay. The one member of the away team who does not receive any medical leave whatsoever is Gul Elrad, because ain't no Starfleet doctor going to tell him what to do. Lieutenant Strange will have been requested to remain under medical observation in his quarters, with having been patched up, arm fixed, drugs got out of him, and will be more or less confined to quarters with a medical officer available for his support. With the briefing and reports getting given of everything that went down on the planet, from Burov, from Elrad, and potentially from Casey, if Casey had anything to add, it would have been requested for him to essentially read through the reports from Elrad and Burov, and if he felt fit to do so, and to give any further information if it was necessary. But I can't imagine that there's any particular gaps on that front. It's just something that he would have been asked to do. The Iskandar and the Trador will have identified that the facility is there. Bigger, more robust away teams will be sent down to the facility. This will now be a full-on joint examination by security and science teams, mostly led by Lieutenant Zal, and someone on the science team on the Iskandar, and probably to an extent Athan herself beaming down for some supervision and leaving Kantos just to mind the ship, along with Gul Elrad and a contingent of primarily Cardassian engineers.
I imagine, therefore, we see a lot of Burov not taking the break that they need to take, and like you see them with Zal, like injecting him with some sort of potential support, just being like, "No, you be careful. You take a lunch, look after each other. Buddy system."
They will more or less. They will not find anything particularly new. They will confirm the facility as a 400-year-old research prison camp turned research facility. This will be, they'll be understood. They will deal with the lockdown. It will be apparent that there were a lot of weird systems within this facility. Programs which were liable to shut down any random bits of the facility, like as was mentioned in the recording found last time, the agricultural section make the doors go funky. This thing was full of programs which is going to take a long time to study. But yeah, that was a place rigged to fill people with drugs and then for the facility itself to turn on them and break them. It also included a communications array deep within the computer core, which was once upon a time supposed to transmit what is presumed to have been a satellite in orbit, which has long degraded and crashed somewhere. It is presumed that either that was a storage base or that would have then transmitted back to Cardassia. Initial consultation of any Cardassian records finds absolutely nothing about the Wayfarer facility. According to the records available to the crew of the Trador, it does not exist. So that finding out the secrets of it is what's going to take the ship the next few days. But while that's going on, we're going to take up with Lieutenant Strange in his quarters, receiving a visit from Dr. Burov. We're about a day in at this point.
Burov will nod to the security on the door as they walk in.
Yeah, they're allowed in.
Hello, Adam.
Hey, Doctor.
I was wondering if we could have a conversation, not as Chief Medical Officer to Chief Engineer, but Archity and Adam.
Yeah, of course, please.
Also, I asked Lieutenant Vance to be here, partly because I don't want you to feel uncomfortable in my presence after what happened on the facility. Also, because the alliteration of our 3 names was too pleasing to pass up.
I suppose there is that.
I guess.
Are you okay if I make tea?
Yes, no, of course. Help yourself.
How'd you take it?
Just a strong drop of milk.
And Borrow's going to settle down with tea and like sit cross-legged on the couch and look at Strange.
Oh, Lieutenant, if at any point in the conversation you want me to step out, that's okay.
You're probably fine, Vance.
All right, just letting you know.
Thanks.
Lieutenant Vance was very concerned about you. He's been managing your security detail with a lot of sensitivity.
Thanks, I guess.
It's very sensitive managing a personnel roster.
There are no questions I can ask you that do not sound trite, Adam. And I remember when I was younger, when something terrible happened and people came and sat and gave me that special look and said, "How do you feel, Arcady?" I wanted to push them from a high place. So at the risk of needing flying lessons, how are you feeling?
Been better?
Have you been worse?
Probably. I don't know.
Then we have found a good middle place.
Yeah.
A lot has happened, and more than anything, we are worried about you. You received a full medical overhaul after what happened on Theacade.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems that there was more buried than I anticipated, which is my failure as much as my team's. Eventually the buck must stop with someone, and that someone is me. And
I mean, if you're sure,
I am sorry. Because just as I should rely on you to make sure the ship doesn't randomly explode, you rely on me to make sure that you are well. And I gave you a clean bill of health, and I think maybe I shouldn't have.
I mean, you weren't to know that something, I guess, similar was going to happen anytime soon, and none of us were to know that we were going to be in somewhere like that.
If I may, I think also the point the doctor's making is that includes you. It's knowing our own heads can be complicated. Knowing what we've been through and understanding it can be complicated, and it's something we do with help. And I'm not throwing aspersions at the doctor when I'm saying that they hold some responsibility, but I think the point is that it ain't all on you for not seeing that coming.
Atticus is quite correct. I promise you, I am not whipping myself through the halls of the Iskandar, bemoaning what a terrible doctor I am. I know that there were things that were missed and things that were not missed, but I want you to know that for my part in it, I apologize, and I promise to do better.
Thank you. But yeah.
I know that there will be a lot of steps going forward, but also given my discussions with Gal Elrad and to some extent Ensign Casey, although I am aware that that is a whole nest of snakes that needs to be de-snaked.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a potential solution. A member of my medical team recommended to me a specialist called Dr. Leandri Ashford. They are a medical specialist in psychological attitudes to reality.
I see.
I'm not saying that you have a severe psychological problem, but I think that your ability to trust what is real when under pressure has been somewhat compromised. And although I am not in a senior enough position to insist, as your friend, I think it would do you some good to speak to an actual specialist.
You're probably not wrong.
Because a good specialist knows when they are not the right person for a job.
True. Yeah, it is worrying that this has effectively almost happened twice in a row. And I don't know if it's just poor luck on my part or if there is something up.
Do you want to know what I have in your medical file here? When I met you as the chief medical officer, it is my responsibility to make not quite a report, but to document my thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought you took everything so personally, Adam, which is what makes you a wonderful manager of people, because you care so deeply about the people in your care. That reflects very well on you as a leader and as a person. But it also means that when things don't go well, you take it upon yourself and upon yourself only. And I think that has just piled up. And then the impact of a lot of different things has eaten you up inside. And you have no way of expressing it anymore because you think you're a burden if you share your hurts with others.
Thought you said you weren't an expert in this sort of thing.
I'm an expert in blaming yourself. I used to do it a lot. I was a very self-conscious young person. But you know what? I came back from that ship and I nearly had a nervous breakdown over how stressed I was. The first thing I did was I signed myself off and I went back to Adina's quarters and we drank too much wine and I had a cry and I had a shower, which made everything feel better. And I told Adina how I was feeling. And then when I was done talking to Adina about how I was feeling, I spoke to my friends in medical. And then when I was preparing him for a planetside, I yacked Lieutenant Zal's ear off about how I was feeling. And then when I checked in with Gul Elrad, I chatted to him about how he was feeling. And on the way here, I spoke to Lieutenant Vance at length.
Yeah, I've been having a pretty normal few days, and the doctor was pretty demanding to know how I'm feeling.
And no, I know that sometimes I can be very worthy. And I know that I am not a soldier. And I don't know a lot about working under pressure.
Don't know about that.
Okay, so I have maybe a knack for working under pressure that I did not know I had. But the fact is, I'm used to talking about how I feel. Not just with one person, but with lots of people. If I upended my whole soul onto Adina every time I was upset, they would crumple under the pressure of my feelings and their feelings. We're a crew.
Yeah, we are.
And if you carry all your burdens on your own shoulder, as well as all the burdens of your people in engineering, you're going to be crushed. And then you will become a black hole And then you will suck in all the joy around you until you become whatever a black hole becomes. An inside-out black hole. Full of sadness.
It's definitely it.
And you,
Yeah,
Adam Strange, are too kind a person to become an inside-out black hole full of sadness.
I think that's a doctor's professional medical opinion.
I think you might be right there,
And I think, and Lieutenant Vance, in his expert opinion, agrees with me.
Yeah, I do.
That's 2 department heads.
I guess that's me told.
However, it also doesn't have to be something you do right away, right after the doctor's just talked your ear off.
Oh, I don't recommend it. Your head's going to be full of words.
It's a thing you can take some time and space on.
Mm. Yeah.
In the meantime, I was wondering if you wanted to play backgammon.
You know, I've never actually played backgammon.
Oh, that sounds like a hustle if ever I heard one.
You see, on the Requia Minor, we did not have a lot of the digital fun. So it was cards and it was backgammon, because the set of cards that we had was not complete. I think it had 3 7 of diamonds, which made for playing cards very difficult.
Well, thankfully, we're not going to have to do it like that.
True.
And you settle down to play some cards.
Yeah.
Strange gets a little bit of company. Some of it more stoic and some of it more talkative than others.
They're a good team. They're a good team.
They are a good team. There was one thing which I forgot to elaborate on in the catch-up, which may be relevant. The study of the psychotropic drugs and the particular Program 97. Whenever I say Program 97, I want to say like Windows, and it's really not good. It's just like of shitty 90s programs. There are 2 particular things about what was going on. One is that it seems very apparent, unsurprisingly, that Program 97 was focused around the facility has identified that there is a very small band of people that energy levels and power levels in the facility are low, and it was going to run, intentionally trying to run something to make to try to make a team fracture under stressful circumstances whilst trying to achieve a specific goal. Whereas many of the programs did not really anticipate the individuals having a specific goal. So it was identifying that as a situation. The drugs themselves, certainly Burov will have, and after the deeper examination of it, Burov will be getting the reports. It looks as if this was designed, obviously, for Cardassians. Burov can conclude that it is probable that it was anticipated that it would take longer for any effects to manifest, which may explain part of why Elrad did not appear to completely lose his shit in the same way as anyone else. That would have been something which might have taken place over days rather than hours. But the effects on alien physiologies is an unpredictable thing.
Which explains why Lieutenant Commander Talandra was affected so quickly, given her high metabolism, but not why Ensign Casey was so affected so quickly. I shall have to look into this further.
One thing will be that there was no particular different dosage given to anybody, so everyone received the exact same dosage, so clearly there is an element of brain chemistry and psychology working on there, so who knows what it's triggering. As, you know, Casey and Strange got the same concoction, but the fact that Strange started to believe that he couldn't trust his instincts spoke more of his pre-existing psychological damage rather than the drugs itself going, you don't trust your senses. Next up, Talandra is going to be in sickbay for probably a couple of days. I mean, you know, Starfleet medicine is basically magic.
I mean, she was on her feet after getting shot in the head about
true.
8 hours later.
That's actually true.
So although she needs to be signed off for taking it easy,
yeah,
she'll be doing it in her own quarters.
Okay. To be fair, I imagine that Elrod will have actually taken the opportunity potentially beforehand to have visited her the moment that she was able to see visitors in sickbay. So I will do this one on sickbay. Probably when she's convalescing, doubtless when she's convalescing. She will mostly be on the final stretch. Essentially, once these final scans and checks come through, she's free to go. But that hasn't happened. Elrod will have arrived back on the ship and go to visit her on that lovely central biobed within the Intrepid sickbay. She can be reading. Commander.
No, that's Burrow.
That's a moment.
Go, Elrod!
I shot Talandra so hard she became Arctic.
Go, Elrod! Lieutenant Commander Talandra should be conscious now. Thank you. Motherfucker.
I'm just glad that Elrod didn't speak in a Texan accent.
Oh, go, Elrod.
How are you feeling?
Well, very well, thank you.
The doctor suggested that you were going to make a full recovery.
It was not a serious shot.
I'm uninclined to take you at your word under the circumstances.
I know that it was serious at the time, but then given access to the biobed, it will not yield lasting damage.
Yes.
I want to thank you for your comportment. I do not know what happened between you and Lieutenant Strange while I was unconscious, but Dr. Burrow says you acquitted yourself very well.
He and I fought. I think I broke his arm. I tried to get him to drop the gun. I've reported this to the captain and to Dr. Burov, so I'm assured he's getting the support that he needs, but apparently he did not believe that what he was seeing was real. He did not believe that we were real. I believe that he was trying to kill us to make the hallucinations stop. And when he realized that wasn't working, he attempted to turn the gun on himself, which was when I managed to wrestle it off him.
I thank you for that.
Well, I told you that I would do what I could to take care of them.
You did more than that.
I was supposed to go down that corridor first.
Yes. I made a tactical decision in the moment.
And I was not in a position... It was not a time to debate that decision.
I had a projectile and believed that if I could surprise Lieutenant Strange, I could drop him before he was able to get a shot off at you. I made a tactical error, but I still believe my logic was sound.
It meant that by the time I fought him, he didn't have the rifle.
Quite. We are just both lucky that he is a better shot than you gave him credit for.
I suppose.
I apologize if my unconsciousness caused you any distress.
That is one of the stranger apologies I have ever received, Commander. Of course it caused me distress. There was no way of me telling during the fight, trying to talk Lieutenant Strange down as quickly as possible so you could get medical aid, whether or not you were still alive, how much every second cost.
Of course. And I know that that can put a tremendous strain on a person. Zephram is here. Computer, delete cat.
Nope.
No. Girl Alred, I am not completely heartless. I understand that thinking people are dead can cause upset. I
Yes.
meant more that it put you in a difficult position, and I apologize.
We all make choices in the moment, and it worked out in the end. There is the Iskandar and the trader are both probably going to be here for maybe another day or two, conducting a final examination of the surface. But I've made my initial reports to my superiors. They are making the request and giving me making the request of Starfleet and giving me the order that this is to be classified and not reported as an incident.
I see.
That under the current circumstances, that Cardassia does not need another ancient sin to burden themselves with, I believe, is the so-called logic.
So the documents have been classified by your government, and you are unable to speak about it.
Those are my orders, yes.
Strange then that Starfleet has placed no such restriction on the crew of the Iskandar.
I am aware that requests are being made by my government to Starfleet, and that is something which will come down one way or another.
Indeed. Then it depends entirely on whether this is a secret that should remain secret, in your opinion.
That is something I'm going to have to reflect on.
Given our distance from Starfleet, given the length of time Starfleet diplomacy takes outside of the Federation, I would say that you have 3 days to make a decision. After which point my hands would be completely tied by protocol.
Commander, I would not ask you. I would not ask you to subvert. I'm aware that you will be getting through this on something of a technicality.
Of course.
And
of course, I would never ask you. But hypothetically, if we were talking about a hypothetical civilization in a very similar situation to yours, what would be your ideal outcome?
I understand, Commander. But if I'm going to make a stand about this, I'm going to make a stand about this.
Indeed.
Myself. Not... I thank you for the offer. I will have to think on this.
Then, hypothetically speaking, what could someone do to assist a man in your position?
Do you think that people should know all their sins? Or do you think that we're lying to ourselves by saying that it's not the right time? Is it ever the right time?
Perhaps you are asking the wrong person, Gala Alred. For the sins of my people are something that we bear every day. I was given a very painful reminder of my own in the Wayfarer Facility. But I believe quite firmly in honesty. With oneself, with one's subordinates, with one's friends, one's allies.
I don't think I am asking the wrong person, Talandra.
Then to use a perhaps clunky metaphor, a foundation of lies is filled with cracks and cannot be reliable to build any sort of future on.
I'm not going to make any decisions until we are fully done with what we find. Not that I'm expecting something to undo everything as we research for the facility, but I will make a decision with the whole of the knowledge. And I should return. Glyn Giatti is continuing to try to rip apart a 400-year-old Cardassian facility. And aside for the horrible implications, I think she honestly might be having the time of her life. But I should return to the surface. I will return before the trader on the Iskandar part ways.
Good. Thank you. I will be leaving sickbay shortly. I am quite content. I wish to convalesce in my own quarters.
Of course. Is there anything I can... You have everything you need for Starfleet replicators, I'm sure.
I am currently lacking somewhat in reading material.
I will consult my library and send you my next recommendation.
It would be much appreciated. I think I will have some days of free time on my hands.
Very well. We will speak again. And he leaves. Probably within an hour, she will receive a transmission from the trader for another book. God, what is it?
If you want to know, so far it has been classic Cardassian literature, Vulcan philosophy, modern Cardassian literature, Starfleet socio-ecology.
I know what it is. I know. It is the closest Cardassia has. It's about 50, 60-year-old piece of literature. It is the closest thing they have to Raymond Chandler. It is an exploration of the justice system. And whilst it still is, it is considered a bit subversive by Cardassian standards. It doesn't fully break that because else that kind of stuff isn't going to get published. It turns into someone it is about an investigation into trying to find the truth of the matter. And the truth is, of course, like the state is right, but there are a lot of individuals within the state who are trying to go against the grain. So it's a kind of Raymond Chandler, more political thriller sort of thing. And it is quite easy reading. It is that. It is, as I say, the Raymond Chandler of the Cardassian world. And at the bottom, just as attached with it, as it will include, I thought this might be some easy reading to get you through the next few days. And it is signed Kalev Elrad.
I'm going to need that spelled for
my... Kalev.
He has a first name now.
He has a first name.
Of course, being back on the ship, the response gets a eyebrow quirk and the absolute faintest of Vulcan smiles.
Oh.
So Talandra can convalesce in her quarters whilst, still even on psychiatric leave anyway, which is an opportunity for within the next couple of days for Samuel Casey, if this is what the scene Mike wants to do next, to visit Commander Talandra in her quarters. Unless Talandra would seek Casey out, but I feel it's this way around.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That will be the old door chime.
Doo-doo.
Yes.
He will step in.
Ah, Ensign Casey.
Commander, how are you?
Well, I am still on medical leave, but I believe physically I have convalesced well.
Good.
And you?
Well, still coming to terms with a lot of what has happened, but well, recovering.
Would you care to sit?
I would love to. He does. I believe we've already said everything we need to say, but we did so whilst I was in a state of shock and bleeding, and we were both under the effects of the neurotoxin that was affecting us, and so if you'll forgive my indulgence, I feel the need to reiterate it.
I feel that the situation calls for clarity, especially closure regarding human approaches to grief.
Good. To that end, I would just like to reiterate that I am sorry for the things that I said, and I said them explicitly to hurt you. Now I'm in my right mind. I wish I'd never said them.
You may wish you had never said them, Ensign Casey, but you said them knowing that they would hurt. Were they things that you meant? Things that you believe and perhaps would have said more tactfully?
It was like there was something else steering me. A dulling of my inhibitions, but to the point that I had become crass and not well reasoned in the way that I was thinking. Everything was connected to some more primal urge and instinct. I did not feel, and I do not feel on my day-to-day station on this ship, that I am better alone. And yet I was driven to this idea that only I was a trustworthy source. And when it came to the things that I said about Commander Varen, I was treated as a soldier. That much is true. But what I did out of duty, and it was an honor to serve him. And
Ensign, the reason I asked is because I meant everything I said.
Oh.
But I said so cruelly. My father never intended for you to be a soldier, nor should anyone have been. You were a child when the Dominion War began, and I know that the weight of the war weighed heavily on my father's shoulders. And I meant it, that it concerns me how you have been very glad to be an exceptional ensign, rather than push yourself to the lieutenancy that we both know you would achieve. And I feel that perhaps you have been cheated of a normal experience, given that both of your mentors in your path through Starfleet have been Vulcan. Therefore, in my convalescence, I have given it some thought. I believe that Perhaps owing to my people's stoicism, you have come to appreciate praise far more than perhaps you may have done if you had had a non-Vulcan mentor. I see how humans are very effusive in their feedback, praise, or comments above and beyond what is necessary, and I am sorry that your experiences have given you this requirement to be told that you are the best. When, quite frankly, I do not say it because it is very clear to me. When you achieve something that is trivial to others, I do not praise you because, unfortunately, it has become what I expect. Which, of course, means it becomes much harder for you to achieve any sort of praise, because you must be better than your previous self, which at some point becomes impossible.
Hopefully not yet for me.
No, but at some point the curve becomes very steep, and I'm expecting you to climb something that you are not well equipped to climb. I have expressed in the past that I worry that your relationship with Vulcans has given you a skewed sense of self. But know that I would welcome your application to the lieutenancy and would help you study through it.
I would like to take you up on that offer. And if it's any degree of consolation to your concerns about praise, I am sure that when my mothers are told, I will be simply drowned in it.
Then it is well, Ensign, that you are such a strong swimmer.
Is there anything I can do for you?
I would that you would accept my apology, not for the things I said, and I am aware that I was not in my right mind, but I am also very aware of how frightening my people can be when they are out of control. And I know that one cannot unsay what is said. Nevertheless, I'm aware that you will now irrevocably have an experience of me as a frightening entity. And I cannot take that back. But I can sincerely apologize.
Thank you.
And know that in the moment, if it is any consolation, I had an overwhelming desire to strike you that I did not indulge in.
That is a consolation.
Good.
I think we were all frightening things down in that facility. And there are many things that cannot be taken back that we must walk away from.
Nevertheless, Ensign, it is the burden of command that, should I fall to malign influence, you no longer have a figurehead to look to. And I took away the authority of the situation. And I put you in a terrible situation.
The apology is accepted, and I have learned many lessons over a series of quite devastating occurrences to do with the acceptance of grief and of things beyond our control, of the terrifying inward spiral of of doubts and fear, and that hope is always there, even if it cannot yet be seen. I have no doubt that we will get past this.
Samuel, I know that I am not a deeply comforting presence in your life, but I am not blind to the implications of what happened in the Wayfarer facility. Should you wish to speak to a impartial... No, perhaps I could not be impartial, but a less emotional party about what went down between you and Lieutenant Strange, I would be happy to listen, because I understand that the feelings are considerably more complicated.
I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you on the matter, and perhaps even express and sound out and prepare some things that I might say to him when I see him next. I have been avoiding him somewhat.
I understand why you would do that, and should it be helpful in any way to practice what you will say to Lieutenant Strange, then I am available.
Are you available now?
Yes, but I feel for that we shall need tea.
Yes.
Neatly done. You have tea.
I know how to end a scene.
Right. Things progress. The investigations progress. Everyone will receive a notification from the captain, which just says, pending further until further notice and a final decision from the Starfleet Diplomatic Corps, the events of the Wayfarer facility are currently not to be discussed with non-Starfleet personnel or any Cardassian citizens other than the crew of the Trador. More directives will come soon. Don't go tell your mums when you talk about it. More things to classify. I really hadn't intended for this to be another classified mission and another headfuck for Strange not trusting his own senses. But here we are.
And yet, here we are.
Towards the end, whilst essentially roughly around the time when the most of the examination of the facility is finished, and there is a sort of a packing up process to be done. Borov is still generally just chilling, recovering, I would assume.
Yeah, Borov's had a lot of showers. Borov's listened to a lot of music.
Mm-hmm. There will be a door chime in their quarters.
No. And they're gonna run to the door. And they're gonna be in their dressing gown. And they're gonna have been painting their toenails.
Okay. They open in this very dignified state for Captain Hassan.
No. Oh, Captain.
I can come back at another time, Doctor.
No. No, just a moment. Computer and music. Like as the door opens, like a wall of noise had come out behind them. Sorry, Captain. I had some music on. Do you know it?
I don't.
Early 21st century classical music.
I'm afraid I'm not really familiar with much of Earth's. Certainly not this millennium.
Oh, I took a musical appreciation course in the academy.
And it always would be 21st century and 20th century Earth. I suppose wanted to stop by and see how you're doing.
Burrow sits very demurely and like hurriedly pulls out the toe separators and like closes the box that held their nail varnish.
I'm aware it's an irrational response, but I suppose I'm feeling a little bit guilty, as I was rather intending for you to get a little bit of field experience with this expedition, not yet another horrifying disaster of life and death under stress.
Captain, can I be very honest with you?
Please?
And doctor-patient confidentiality cuts both ways. You can't tell anyone what we talk about.
Is this medical advice?
No. No, not quite.
You could just ask me to keep it private.
So here's the thing. The Wayfarer Facility was horrible, and it had long-lasting ramifications on the psychology of more than one member of the crew.
No doubt.
And not only far-reaching implications for the history of Cardassia, but I had a good time.
Ah.
I felt like I was going to throw up just from the moment we were locked in to the end. I was frightened. I felt scared. I couldn't feel my feet. At one point, I thought I was going to pass out. We had a fight with a giant combine harvester, which I was no help for. But they reached this point towards the end when everyone around me was just collapsing in on themselves like an inverse black hole of sadness, that I just sort of realized I knew what I had to do. Hence, in my report, how I had some experience fixing mechanical devices like the air filtration system back home on Rikoya Miner. So I thought, maybe if it is the air filtration system, some fresh air will do everyone some good. And then I just sort of kept going forward. You know? There was a huge series of pipes blocking the way, so I just sort of found a way through. And then there was a valve I could not access, so I just found a way to loosen it. And then it went dark, and I just found a way to use the screens to light my way, and I just didn't stop.
The good news, Doctor, is that's not a universal, but I think it's a perfectly normal reaction.
I felt like I was sort of surfing on anxiety.
Yes.
That's it? That's normal?
It's an experience I associate, I suppose, rather more with command. But under the circumstances, I see why you had that, because the chain of command, it seems, had broken down at that stage. It was just you, your own choices, your own judgments, with a responsibility to everyone around you. And you just have to sort of find a way through, find a way forwards. And that is, even in times of great adversity, that can be immensely satisfying.
Satisfying is the word.
Sometimes there is a sense, and I don't mean it with ego, but there is a sense that I am the one here who can do the job. And so I have to.
And I know that I did my best.
Yes.
That's what Adina said.
Lieutenant Kantos is far more sensible than they pretend to be.
Oh, Adina is very, very, very sensible.
Adina would not be my second officer if they were not sensible.
The problem with Adina is they always know when something they do is reckless or inadvisable, but they do it anyway.
Yes. The bad news for what you've had to say, Doctor, is it's the sort of thing I normally notice in people who have leadership potential.
Oh, no.
I know. It doesn't mean you're going to be leading anything more than your sick bay, Doctor.
I like leading my sick bay very much.
It is a well-oiled machine, and you lead it well.
Thank you, Captain. I think the The ability of a department head to do their job reflects well on the captain.
Thank you. But I think it goes... I think it's more of a cycle than that.
Now, speaking of which, as your chief medical officer, Captain.
Yes, Doctor.
You have been put under a lot of strain recently.
I was going to be facetious. It is deeply unpleasant to sit on the ship and to dispatch a team, and especially when we lose contact with that team, yes.
And I also know that there is a particular friendship is not the word, relationship between the captain and the first officer, that being without the first officer is like being without an aspect of the ship.
Yes.
So, I would like to talk about how you're feeling. You don't have to tell me, but I think it's important to have someone you can talk to about it. Particularly since, as the captain, you can't talk to anyone about it. And the chief medical officer is kind of interesting in their position in the chain of command. I have been doing my research.
That is true. I know what it is, Doctor. It's the worst thing in the universe. It's helplessness. It's not a complicated feature. It's the duty of the captain to keep safe for the sake of the ship. I, as Nadaria Than, am perfectly prepared and willing to put myself in danger alongside everyone else, but as captain of the Iskandar, I must put the ship first, which means sometimes paradoxically, it feels paradoxically anyway, putting myself first. And then that means letting other people do their duty to the ship and put themselves in danger. And I am not particularly fond of the number of times I have turned my back, so to speak, and people have been seriously injured. My XO has been seriously injured.
Do you want to know the fascinating thing about Lieutenant Commander Talandra? She reminds me a lot of my brothers. She is one of the people who, as much as she does not want to admit it, feels like she always has to do something. That inaction is worse, perhaps, than wrong action, which is unique for her people.
That is... I suppose I don't have a great experience of Vulcans, but yes, it is.
I get a strong feeling that it would be harder for her to see you go into danger, which is why she is not captain.
I suppose you may be right.
But it's very important to know when to let someone walk into danger.
Yes, it's the hardest. It's the hardest test of command.
It's hard for a doctor too.
Is there any satisfaction, Doctor, in the knowledge that you get to be one of the people who can actually do good when they come back?
If they come back, Captain.
If they come back, it's awful for everyone, but you get to put them back together.
True. But I have learned not to always bank on that if.
No. And I suppose making sure that they're ready is all I can do to make sure that they do.
Quite.
Thank you for the time anyway, Doctor.
Of course, Captain. Anytime.
I will let you get back to that kaleidoscope on your nails.
Thank you. Computer, restart music.
Than will leave. We are coming up on, like, we're not coming up on the end, but we're coming up on a final, more set array. does Casey want to talk to anybody other than Strange? Cool. Strange is, I assume, for the moment, battening down the hatches.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. The pretty much end at the same time with the mission almost finished. And just the final wrapping up of everything. Talandra. Sorry, Izzy, you're getting back-to-back scenes.
This is why the accent bounces.
I tried to give you a chance. No one wanted it. Talandra's in her quarters when the door chime goes. And Elrad will step in at the summons.
Go Elrod. She will hit a button on the wall. Please come in. I was not expecting you to return so soon.
Well, we're more or less finished on the surface and on the subsurface. My engineers are wrapping up all of their business, and I imagine the Iskandar will be departing within a matter of hours, and the trader will certainly be departing within a matter of hours.
Very well.
And I said I would return. I've Oh, did you get the book?
I did, yes. Very readable.
I had the chance to finally finish yours.
Good. What did you think?
I suppose, not being as familiar with Vulcan fiction, and especially not an emotionally focused piece of Vulcan fiction, I admit I had spent a long time of it reading, not recognizing the subtle cues, wondering if I was seeing them, but being unsure if I was misunderstanding. And then, as you had explained, I had not been misunderstanding. What I thought I had seen. And it was a very gratifying resolution. As you say, there is duty as a more universal concept than I suppose Cardassians sometimes give ourselves credit for.
You do not have the monopoly on willingness to sacrifice oneself for a greater.
No, we don't. But it is something we do well.
The needs of the many.
Which is why I am going to have to also make this a farewell. Once I return to Cardassia, I intend to my first step will to be in very strenuous terms to object with my superiors, to use what political power, such as it is that I have, to attempt to overturn their intention through the proper process, to make sure that Cardassia hears, whether they want to or not, of yet another sin. And if that is not successful, I will disobey orders, because once before I have decided it was not time to speak, it was not time to act, and I will not do so again. And there may be consequences for that. Whilst it is possible that they will not fight me too hard over this, there is always the possibility that I may lose for breaking orders, my ship, my commission, perhaps my freedom. And if any of those last three happen, I imagine it would be rather more difficult for you and I to cross paths again.
That would be regrettable.
I have, however, dedicated myself since this war to trying to make my people better, and that includes and requires me to Make a stand. Fight for what I believe in, and be prepared to pay the price if necessary for my people, because my people must do better, must be better.
Learn reason above all. Learn to know what is from what seems to be and what you wish to be. The truth of reality and the reality of truth. It is important to put the needs of the many above the needs of oneself, and you have made the right decision.
But if I am going to go, and if this is going to be farewell, Commander, then I have Talandra, and I have tired very much of regrets in my life. And so I have to make it perfectly clear that the idea of not seeing you again is abominable, and of how much I admire, to make it clear how much I admire you.
You must forgive me. I do not fully understand the formality of Cardassian names, for you have used mine quite liberally.
I apologize if I have been overstepping my bounds in such a way.
Not at all. You could not pronounce my full name anyway. But for as much as I feel I am reading the intention correctly, Kalev.
Yes.
The admiration is entirely mutual.
And may I be bold, Talandra?
You may.
And he will kiss her.
Hot dang.
Yes! Finally!
I feel that while he's still at the facility, my reaction may be more emotional to the idea of parting ways.
I was not going to. I believe I have some concept of who you are, and it is not who you were down there, Talandra.
In some regard, all of my people are who I was down there. But it is a struggle I fight every day. And while she's talking, she has not let go of his hand. She hasn't moved her stance, but hand holding is more the Vulcan thing.
Yes.
So, should things not go awry and you remain at liberty, you must write to tell me how it goes.
At once.
I shall expect your communique.
Then I will go now. And I will do my utmost to make sure that I send you good news soon.
I shall await it. And she steps back, kind of still not quite letting go of his hand, and will say, live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper, Talandra. And he will let go of her hand and leave.
God damn it.
You monster.
Yeah. I think then a few hours pass, matters resolve on the surface. The two ships pull away from orbit go their separate ways. Ensign Casey, Sammy. How long does it take before he goes to see Adam Strange?
It is longer than discussed with Talandra. Whatever framework he thought he could do, and whatever time frames that he thought he could work towards, the first attempt fails, as does the second, of even getting past. And this is the horrible thing: when the turbo lift doors open to a corridor that he knows leads to Strange's habitat, he freezes up and then does not enter. The second time he makes it a little further down the corridor and then pretends he was there for some other business, talks to someone else, leaves. It's the third time. I think within the way that this has been framed in time, a week maybe.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Before he finally makes it to Adam's door, and with no small degree of disassociation, so that his body can do what his mind is telling him not to do, he chimes the door.
I believe, Strange, that he will not be under constant supervision at that point.
Yeah, I had assumed that I probably
Yes.
wouldn't be.
Yes.
If only
no,
because that's the more dramatic thing to do.
Of course
here.
it is. He will have had a few days with medical staff with Vance. Vance will probably suggest they watch sports or something, because that's a great mindless thing to fill time with. But yeah, been left otherwise alone with your thoughts, and the door chime goes.
Oh, come in.
There's a little bit too long
the
before the door opens. Like the person on the other side hasn't taken the step forward initially in order to trigger the mechanism.
Yep.
And then Casey will step in.
Oh, sorry, Casey.
No, Sam's fine. How are you?
I'm all right, I guess. How are you?
I'm not good with people. I mean, I'm okay. I'm recovered. Sorry. I'm not good with people. And that's going to influence and color everything I do. And this isn't all going to be about me. I promise you, this is not all about me. I'm just trying to give the context that's needed. On Caster 4, I viewed the world through view screens and through the visor of a hazmat suit, an environmental suit. So there were only 12 children that were even close to my age, and I didn't get on with many of them, if I'm honest. And that I was alone for a lot of that, and then when the Cousteau was boarded by the Jem'Hadar, Commander Varen made a split decision at one point, and he deemed that it was more necessary for one person to definitely survive than for two people to enter an evacuation pod with the risk of the Jem'Hadar tampering with the mechanism. And it was an hour or two, I think, before I was picked up by a ship, the USS Jemison. I got to watch the wreckage of my home and the fires extinguishing to the vacuum of space, and And I'm saying this because I'm not good with people, and it's not because my mentor is a Vulcan. It's something to do with me. And I want to get better with people. And I've never done this. And I need to be what I need to be for you. And it hurts. And I'm told that it's good to express where the hurt is, and so it hurts. And it's not good. It isn't good right now. But I've been alone a lot, and mine was a physical distance from a lot of people. And I didn't realize how alone you were. And I want to help you through that.
I mean, are you sure? I mean, Sam, I tried to... Fuck, I can't even say it. After what happened on down there,
yes. It's not to say that I'm not terrified or hurt. This is... I'm going to need time.
Of course.
But I don't want to take that time and for you to think that I'm turning away from you. I just need the time to learn how to. I'm sort of running out of words.
Fair.
So, I'm going to ask again. How are you?
Not great. I just still, I guess, coming to terms with what happened and what I did, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Sam. I was so angry at you, and I don't. I wouldn't I didn't mean to try to hurt you. I mean, I did at the time, but
He steps forwards. It's not the full closure of the distance, but he reaches a hand out, Can I take your hand?
If you want to.
Just the hand for now.
Of course. And Strange will extend his hand out to kind of very tentatively kind of brush against Casey's. And it was very much letting Casey take the lead on.
There's that shock of the almost like a nerve's being touched, but he pushes past it to just gently entwine the fingers around Adam's hand, not squeezing, not holding to any degree of tightness, but just wanting the contact.
Yep.
He brings himself to look Adam into the eye, or look at Adam's eyes wherever he might be looking, and says, "In your defense, I attacked you first."
I suppose that's true, but
You have been endlessly patient with me, and I want to repay that to you. And of course, you're forgiven. If you can find it in you to forgive me. It's not stepping backwards. We've just found a road bump, and we need to get around it in time.
Yeah. And of course I forgive you. And he'll squeeze Casey's hand very gently, but just a little bit.
There's a momentary flinch away. Then the squeeze is returned lightly, and then he parts the contact.
Strange pulls his hand back.
If I do ever annoy you, please let me know.
I will.
I don't really want any secrets, even if they'll hurt.
Okay.
I'm going to go now.
Yeah. Of course. You should probably know Dr. Burnoff has suggested I spend a bit of time away from the Iskandar. There's a specialist that they know of that I'm gonna go see. So
You'll have to write.
I will.
Okay. I look forward to your letters. And he
Look forward to your replies.
I'll be as quick as I can. Makes to leave. And leaves.
One last scene. Izzy, you gotta buckle up.
Oh, don't make me.
There'll be a visit to Talandra's quarters. Door chime goes.
Come in.
And Athan walks in.
As she walks in, Talandra has been sat sort of at her table where she often is, with a stack of pads. She has a cup of coffee in front of her that she has not touched, and the music playing in her room. I don't know what Athan's modern musical appreciation is.
Probably quite good, because that's just how she rolls, so it kind of depends on what it is.
Then what is playing is an Andorian opera.
Okay. Yeah, Athan would definitely recognize that.
The opera is called Hecora.
Commander?
Captain.
I'm not intruding, am I?
No, of course not. Computer, lower volume, 75%.
I didn't know you were a fan of Andorian opera.
I gained an appreciation for it in the academy. I had a roommate that played nothing else.
I wanted to check in, see how you were feeling.
Would you care to sit?
Of course.
Physically, I am quite recovered from my experience at the Wayfarer Facility, Captain.
Good, good.
I believe I was as candid as I could possibly be in my report about the nature of my breakdown as regards the crew. I have spoken with both Dr. Borov and Ensign Casey. I intend to speak with Lieutenant Strange.
Yes, that sounds all very reasonable. I suppose there's nothing much more I can point out about the nature of the facility. Should have something to say about how much you are blaming yourself for. Is that not something you're struggling with?
Oh no, quite the opposite. I am not blaming myself for my actions, but I must nevertheless take responsibility for what was said.
All right.
For although my attitude was governed by chemicals, the words were my own.
I can understand how that might happen if one is feeling a great deal, as described, frustration.
I particularly think that given my species and rank, more should have been expected of me. Which I am aware, Captain, is not necessarily fair, but I also am aware that I stand to lose a lot more if I lose control.
Yes, but I dare say that that facility did not care about your rank.
It did not, but I did.
I'm also going to struggle to tell you not to, as the ranking officer, take on other burdens.
Quite. I have absolved myself of certain other burdens that I had carried regarding Ensign Casey and Lieutenant Strange. Which is, I believe, as Dr. Borov called it, a nest of snakes that needed to be unsnaked.
Borov does have a way with words.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Those two are going to have a lot to work through, but at the same time, I think that I know that obviously Ensign Casey is your protege. You hold a lot of responsibility for him, but I think they're going to have to fight a battle of their relationship themselves.
Lieutenant Vance and I have discussed the matter. I currently do not believe that he and I will have to fight on their behalf. But we are standing by, Captain.
As their chosen representatives.
Quite.
Yes. I can't imagine how I would have felt if I'd been in your shoes down there. Obviously, it would have gone differently, but...
From what I have read, it highlighted the potential for fracture and drove a spike into it. So if you can consider anything that would even slightly irritate or perturb you about the away team, that would have been magnified. I am sure you would have found me an emotionless husk, incapable of comprehending your feelings, while Casey and strangers...
Oh, I think I might have throttled them.
The urge was strong, Captain.
And yet you resisted, which speaks volumes.
The thought, Captain, that I was capable of raising my hand to Ensign Casey is one that I have struggled with.
Desire doesn't equal capability.
No, but to a Vulcan, once an option is considered, it becomes a possibility. Especially if it is considered in great depth.
It sounds like you're building to something, Commander.
Since coming back from the facility, Captain, I have not felt like myself. I have been informed by Dr. Burov, by Dr. Valhari, that I should suffer no unforeseen side effects. And yet I feel compromised by the facility. I feel a great heaviness.
When we confront parts of ourselves we didn't know were there, it's either a liberation or a burden, in my experience. Either we let go of something or there's more weight. If you did not know that you were capable, once again, I would urge you to consider the context, that you know your own mind better than me.
Captain,
Nothing that
if I were to tell you something in the strictest of confidence, if I told you something in the strictest of confidence that may have diplomatic ramifications, would you feel obliged to speak with the diplomatic corps?
If you ask me to keep your secret, Commander, and I give you my word, then you have my word and I will not speak of it.
However, it is not my secret, Captain.
Do you ask me to keep a secret then?
It seems perhaps ironic that in the name of truth I ask you to keep a secret. And yet I feel it is perhaps necessary, given the circumstances, if I am to not hypocritically give one person advice and then fail to take that advice myself.
Commander, you have my word. I will hold my tongue.
Gul Elrod intends to return to Cardassia Prime and confront the Council about their decision to redact certain parts of their history. And he has intimated to me that should they not be receptive to his insistence, he shall make the knowledge public and take the consequences, whatever they may be.
Damn it. Well, it's not final, whatever Starfleet did. The request has been made through the Cardassian government to Starfleet Diplomatic Corps that we keep it quiet. That decision has not yet been finalized. If you want, I can do what I can to try to make sure that Starfleet does not agree to the request.
Captain, you will forgive me that I made such suggestions myself. He wishes to take responsibility for his people. But there is a very real chance, given my, albeit limited knowledge of the Cardassian judiciary, that he will lose his liberty for his decision.
Cardassian justice is not what it once was. Yes, 10 years ago, this would be treason. And probably still is treason. 10 years ago, this would be treason, and it would be a foregone conclusion that he would lose his liberty for it. However, it's so difficult to anticipate. I'm not an expert in Cardassian politics. It's possible I can send in some calls, try to not have this overturn the request, although possibly reject the request anyway. Because if Starfleet is not automatically going to classify something like that just because the Cardassian government says so, or there is politics that can be... Commander, why have you... I assume you asked me for this, you've told me this might help.
I told you, Captain, because the knowledge was like a weight in my heart, and I did not know how to loosen it.
Galorad is of importance to you, then?
He has many admirable qualities, Captain.
I see.
And given his desire to amend the ways of his people, it would fly in the face of everything I believe to simply allow him to fail, on his own merits or otherwise.
I am not without influence in the diplomatic corps. If I may, make some calls, see what can be done, because there is one thing. No, I will make some calls. It doesn't have to be whether or not Starfleet accepts their request. I understand his desire that the statement should come from a Cardassian rejecting a Cardassian censorship. But Starfleet can place pressure. The Federation can place pressure for appropriate judicial, and I mean real judicial, measures to be taken. And maybe if the Cardassians want to continue to receive Federation help, they can demonstrate that they are treating their citizens as they should be treated.
Perhaps then some combination of Federation pressure and internal Cardassian willingness.
I have no doubt that whatever happens, the Cardassian government will need to maintain face.
And after all, I have very little control on the decisions that my captain makes regarding her connections.
Absolutely. And I think it's, however, just appropriate that you as EXO have alerted me to this possible development, because it is in everyone's best interests that a free and fair Cardassian society is what arises out of the Dominion War. And I will do what I can, Commander.
It is appreciated, Captain.
I hadn't realized. I quite like him.
A glowing recommendation, Captain.
Perhaps when this is all resolved, I may have the opportunity to know him better.
I feel that you and he would find a great deal of common ground.
I'm sure we would. What do you need from me, Commander, in the short term?
Need is a strange thought, Captain. I have all that I need, and more.
You understand my turn of phrase?
I do. But you understand I must rationalize it as best that I can. I believe, Captain, whatever I can do to aid the smooth running of the ship whilst I am on enforced medical leave would be my usual course of action. However, I am worried that I am quite unusual at the moment. Therefore, Captain, I'm willing to take your recommendation for what you believe I should do next.
If I were on forced medical leave under such a situation, I would probably desperately want to brood, which is not a particularly helpful step. However, I'm perfectly happy to abuse a certain amount of my authority if we can think of some entertaining holodeck diversions. A little bit of immersive distraction may help. And especially it may allow you to, for lack of a better word, feel things safely and let the ground get more solid beneath your feet. Maybe a holo novel.
Maybe a holo novel. Thank you, Captain. I think I shall.
If you wish my company, you have it.
I assumed that it was implied, Captain.
It was implied, but the thank you, I wasn't sure if that was or something. I'm sure I'll dig something up.
I welcome your recommendations.
I'll have a think. In the meantime, I'll carry on utilizing this as a fine opportunity to give Lieutenant Kantos a bit more hands-on experience of ship management and logistics. So, frankly, you taking time off is an excellent opportunity for our second officer and his professional development.
I'm sure they will appreciate it very much, Captain.
I have no doubt. But it's still good for the ship.
Speaking of which, I intend to submit the paperwork for Ensign Casey to take the lieutenant's exam.
It's high time.
My sentiments exactly.
I hope he does well. Very well. I will let you get some rest and contact you with a holodeck schedule.
Thank you, Captain. Computer and music.
Good evening. Nathan leaves. And Talandra is in her quarters. The music has died. There is nothing but silence and this stack of pads. She reaches out to pick one up, maybe to read, maybe to tidy all of this away. It's unclear as the camera pans back, leaving as it started in Talandra's quarters, out to the swooping sight of the ship at warp of the USS Iskandar. And good folks, that was What You Are in the Dark.
Woo! Brava! Brava! Magnifique!
Hey, cool story, bro.
No, not Uncle. We can't do that again. My face is tired.
Oh, I thought this was going to be like a really short, maybe like episode. I was like, oh, they'll just nip into a facility.
Bold of you to assume.
and Strange will try to kill them. That was it.
You killed Izzy. Look at them.
Oh, my Vulcan mama's heart.
Yeah, he's got to go off and maybe just get locked up.
I am certain if you watch that clip back, like, there is a moment that my face just completely freezes, which is the expression of, huh?
Oh God, no.
The reaction when he said farewell was I think that may have been the moment.
Ugh, how dare you, Kath?
Yeah, I've had that one in mind all along. So.
Yeah, but sure. But still, how dare you?
Hey, Izzy.
Mm-hmm.
Last week you said you'd read out the entirety of the Patreon feed with fun facts for each Patreon.
Right.
But are we going to do what's next first, or are we going to end on the Patreon?
End on what's next.
End on what's next. Cool.
So, because you're all as savages, and the emotional whiplash of going from the end of that episode to Praxis, who says nonsense. Gather round, Trash Fam, for this is a telling on behalf of Praxis Descends, who is going to reveal the hidden truths of the Trash Fam that support us at patreon.com/ityoucrew. What I say now is in no means a reflection on the people of the beliefs of the It You Trash crew, nor the crew of the USS Iskandar. What I have to say bears no resemblance to living or dead people who are alive or dead. And of course, I mean no offense. Nevertheless, here is the forbidden knowledge of the Trash Fam. So trash bags in the chat, please, for our trash patrons. Amy C., who lived for 3 years in the Wensbury IKEA, undetected by staff, living off discarded meatballs and undiluted lingonberry cordial. Whereabouts? Unknown. Andrei Cherepnin, who breeds vampiric racing pigeons that can only fly at night and feed off other, lesser pigeons. It says that when he's raised enough, he'll be able to block out the sun with his vampiric horde.
That one's actually true.
Araloki, who was knighted in secret by Britain's alternative queen in the Forest of Dean at an eclipse. He has the combined powers of the entire Privy Council in a warhammer that he is not allowed to use. Caffeine Kitty's most prized possession is a cursed 20p that is said to bring woe to any shop that overcharges for a Freddo fog. This coin once belonged to Queen Victoria. Diego de los Reyes, whose first job was as a carnival barker and part-time popcorn picker who tricked wayward kids into running away to join the circus. Helena Handbasket is the keeper of a magic lighthouse that only appears at the time of a shipwreck to gloat at crashed ships. It is a smug but necessary duty.
Pretty sure that one's true as well.
Henry Prestige made a pact with the Fae, age 15, that all haircuts would suit him. The price has not yet been called in, but his hair remains fabulous.
That's true.
Hobbs 138 once saw Sir David Attenborough laughing at a jar of knockoff Dolmio sauce at his local branch of Lidl. James Muffy Malloy gained the nickname Muffy from Anna Wintour herself during an avant-garde photo shoot that Teen Vogue did titled Bread or Dead. There's Joe, whose most played Spotify song is the popular redneck song Cotton Eye Joe, with over 4 weeks of solid playtime over the past year. Joanna Marsh was part of the secret assault on Area 51 that took place 1 day before the popular mimetic Facebook meetup of Naruto running enthusiasts. What was found there is unknown. Liz Murphy's favourite word is tinkle twink, read off the side of an early 2000s box of branded biscuits. To this day, no one knows what it means, but it is certainly a word of great power. Dr. Lou Sutcliffe once wrestled what they thought was a bear that had escaped from a zoological facility somewhere in Aberdeen. It was actually just a rowdy student in a mascot suit, but when they ripped the head off the suit, there was nobody inside.
Suit's haunted.
Lucas Justinian is the only wizard to escape from the many wards erected around East Anglia. These wards take the forms of the many, many, many roundabouts that are sent to discombobulate those of a magical disposition. Michael Bowman is a secret agent, hired by an unseen university of sorts deep underground in America. They are tasked with monitoring Redacted for signs of Redacted. It is unknown if Redacted, but he'd love to have the chance. Michael Kreese was found as a child by a pack of wild steam engines, and thus considers all trains his siblings, except Thomas. That bastard knows what he did. Mike Fielding has been a secular mendicant wandering the Scottish Highlands for the past 4 years. He feeds the ghost there with a soup of his own design. He calls it Ghosty Soupy.
Soup, you say?
Mike Kilburn, known pervert and deviant, Mike Kilburn is wanted for treason and racketeering across all counties of these United Kingdoms. He voted Brexit as part of an ongoing tontine that he's been trying to win for the past 45 years.
Jesus Christ.
Red Fox's real form is an 18-foot-tall cosmic being made of hope and stardust. Their arrival on Earth was foretold in the ancient scrolls, and their department will herald a great change. And Saki, who is the true president of the shadowy cabal of people who command the every move of the trash crew. Not a single decision is made on this stream without Saki and a team of other shadowy figures pulling the strings, both metaphorical and physical. And with
Trash crew's haunted.
And with that, I am quite done. And I promise, based on the positive reaction in chat, that at the end of the next Iskandar story, more information coming soon, I shall do another dramatic relayance of the forbidden knowledges. So if you wish some forbidden knowledge about you, or if you was for some reason received forbidden knowledge that was terrible and unknowable, then hit us up on Patreon at @ItchUCrew. And rest assured that regardless of whether Mike Kilburn Council is his patronage or not, more facts will be forthcoming.
You said I voted Brexit, you turd.
To win a tontine.
Here are true facts about the Mike Kilburn.
Cool.
Yeah, but not the tontine, the perversion, the deviancy, or the fact that you committed treason and racketeering.
Like,
we all knew that. We all knew that.
I'm maddest about Brexit. Everyone's a bit of a pervert.
I thought you were going to say everyone's a bit of a traitor.
Oh, I missed an opportunity.
I can't possibly comment.
Hey,
and on that, I hand over to the bottom row to deliver more very important information.
I mean, if I press a button, it'll reveal it.
Oh, motherfucker, really?
Yeah.
How
like,
professional
yeah.
exciting.
Will it
but
kill
we'll
us?
go.
So,
Okay.
gang,
We'll go. So
gang, that has been the forbidden knowledge of the It You Trash Crew. If you have any more information that you wish to deliver about these terrible, terrible individuals, hit us up on Twitter, Facebook, Patreon, Facebook again. And aside from that, we have been the crew of the USS Iskandar. Kath has been our absolute torturer and dear friend. And thank you very much.
And Star Trek Iskandar will return on the 30th of June with Down the Rabbit Hole.